Alright, welcome back to another stream of AC Unity with our Stove and All Mission Objectives challenge. And yeah, today we're going to be continuing with Sequence 6 and the Jacobin Club introduction. And yeah, we're going to focus on definitely trying to finish off that sequence today. And also do a bunch of side stuff, because that's of course a big focus of Unity, you know. Like the sequence only has 2 missions, but there's like probably dozens of missions as like part of the side stuff that we're gonna be doing at the same time. So yeah, before we actually go ahead and jump into the game, let's go ahead and take care of the full screen here. Just make sure it's like actually enabled, because sometimes games like to be in borderless. You gotta like recheck it. And yeah, then it's time to hop back into it. I probably also want to showcase some behind the scenes later today, probably like in the break. But yeah, for now we're gonna focus on getting some good progress done. Also making sure that we do the stove challenge here. Yeah, we've done the tournament last time and gotten a good item out of there. There's also a couple of heists, I think, that I would like to do today as well. So one thing I noticed I find quite useful is that you have this kind of like ice symbol right next to the map. And it only appears if guards are actually like having you in the vision field. Something I didn't really pay much attention to before on playthroughs, to be honest. Probably the last time I did was during my last stealth challenge. That can be quite useful, you know. Like if I kill him here, the guards will attack me. Like how these guards didn't even care. Like, what happened there? It's kind of funny, right, how Vision of Field works, because for the enemy it didn't obviously work. For me, if I would have killed the criminal, they would have like immediately attacked me. Kind of interesting, this place changes depending on if you do the tournament mission or not. Because if you do, and you have all the ropes kind of like connecting the different places, really making like a parkour heaven. But yeah, that's different in the regular gameplay. Let's go ahead and get a viewpoint.
C'est l'éternité en enfer.
There's actually an Enigma we could be doing. Don't we have located a lot of the places in the La Quartier district? I mean, we could get a viewpoint, I guess, in case we need to get there. Let's go ahead and check it out.
You're holding out on me? It's your building.
Jupiter. On the palace where Bourbon's daughter lived, the assembly meets on the bridge facing south. So Bourbon's palace. The assembly lives on. Yeah, there's one symbol, but that's not the one we're looking for. Let's go ahead and climb the building here.
What do you want?
Again. I'm looking for kind of like the south side here of the Helix, I reckon. Rich and poor face, the wheel of time, traverse south the cross, the water of river Styx. Okay, so that's quite to the south actually. I think it might even be down in this area. Les Invalides. I'm not going to get the viewpoint and then have a look at the locations there. We should be able to see it all from there. We're looking for like a water wheel. Wheel of time.
On dirait qu'il y a de la... Seigneur, pourquoi... Seigneur, faites un peu...
Et l'œuvre fondatrice qui a bouleversé le vie n'a pas son exemplaire.
I love when you just like bounce off the wall.
Se passe clairement quelque chose. Oh, patience, l'ami. Bien sûr que non, s'il vous plaît.
It's actually crazy how many NPCs are on the map if you think about it. Just like the pure chaos, you know, so it's like perfect for you as an assassin. But with so many NPC spawning is also connected with lots of bugs. Considering how random all of it is sometimes, you know.
Bienvenue à vous, mon ami.
Our first citizen for today. So we're looking for river, kind of like a small one, I guess, and like a water wheel. I think it actually is down here. Okay then.
You don't want to annoy me, citizen.
It's so funny, like the amount of citizens in the game. I would really like to record different versions of it, and kind of like make like a variation of the sound bit redemption. It does take a long time to really trigger like all the different citizens, you know. I wish somebody would just go through the sound files of Unity and find them there. Kinda wonder if somebody has actually done that. So where do we have the water wheel, I guess? I'm just gonna follow the river.
You want to stay healthy? You start backing up. You come near me,
There it is. Cross a wall on the other side. Swords cross a bridge to the southlands beyond. So I guess now we have to go over here, I assume.
Let's not try it with me, boy.
Yeah, we have a good citizen count here. Already. Okay, what is this quest over here? Damn, a 25k quest. Cartouche's memoir. Recover the memoir of a legendary highwayman, Cartouche.
What's the trouble, monsieur?
You?
Louis Dominique Cartouche. Born in the Temple in Paris, the man who came to be known only as Cartouche robbed carriages on the roads and mansions in the city. And yet, despite his brigandage, chicanery and non-stop misdeeds, Cartouche became popular with the Parisian populace. He was known to target the rich in what was otherwise a bleak period marked by economic crisis and meager means of subsistence. There were a number of songs in praise of Cartouche. Betrayed by a henchman, he was locked away in the Grand Châtelet before being broken on the wheel on November 28, 1721, at the Place de Grève in front of a large crowd eager to see the robber who had for so long defied the police and indirectly the monarchy. This of a bit about his years with the Brotherhood are the crafty cozener, broken on the wheel, there's a story in that. So he was an assassin apparently.
Me? We two are trouble in our own way, no? My name is Cartouche. Do you know it?
I do indeed. Cartouche was a fighter for the people, a lover of liberty, and a bit of a crook.
And an assassin as well.
But he died decades ago, beaten to a pulp by the king's men. So forgive me if I'm skeptical.
Your doubt does you credit. But I have the proof. Only my memoir has been stolen. By Templars, no less. We cannot let them keep the assassin's secrets written within.
I'll recover these pages for you, citizen. If only to hear the wild conclusion of this utter cock and bull story.
Well then, let's get some memoir pages for this citizen. Actually gonna go and change my weapon here because it's kind of like interacting and clipping with the pistol a little bit. I haven't really used any long weapons yet, so maybe I could go for one of these, actually. Classic spear. Okay, let's go for the halberd. Common in Germany, this weapon consists of an axe blade mounted on a long shaft. And I'm also gonna go ahead and change the outfit here for Arno. Let's go for the McFarlane outfit. Designed by Todd McFarlane. I think I might also change my weapon to go for like something darker. Kind of like suit this dark outfit also a bit more. Guess you could just go for Arno's pistol here. It's 5k, so not that expensive.
We can't do this without you.
Hey! Wait a moment! You won't shake me, you bastard!
Oh, that was quick.
Jesus! Shit! Horse, keep me eyes open.
Okay, gonna wait until we have went back to stealth here, and then we're just gonna try to phantom blade the guy up there. Snipers are definitely the most important ones because they have the longest range of vision. The scream just now. Jesus, who saw me there? Was the sniper, wasn't it? Yeah.
That's not good.
These guys are crazy with range. We just had 2 citizens there. Back to back. I think might have to reduce the cooldown on that command, to be honest. Yeah, of course that had to go wrong eventually. From one of guards here. Kinda knew it was super risky, but I thought if I just keep on throwing smoke bombs, you know, I would kind of like eventually get to a point where they like keep on getting stunned. But I do move around quite a bit during being stunned with the smoke bombs, so. And there's also like other guards around that weren't affected, I guess. These freaking snipers. damn it. I was hoping that only the sniper would detect me there. But it seems like other guards are also alerted, so that's my third detection for this mission. Jesus. That's not ideal.
Must be hereabouts. But where?
Yeah. I guess there's a reason this is a 25k mission, but then again I'm also like doing not a good job of staying stealthy. Just gonna wait until I'm like fully back to stealth again, and then and try maybe berserking some guys here. Fuck. Okay. Let's see that one.
Hey, you there! Stop!
I think I missed a citizen, didn't I? Quite sure.
Oh, Christ. That's bad news.
Okay. That's the first page button. The manuscript is in very poor condition. Many pages are missing or illegible. However, it is possible to make out some paragraphs. Born into squalor, I have lived a life of debauchery, depredation, and crime. It has been glorious. My youth was the usual series of petty thefts lived by all my companions in the northern reaches of Paris. At the age of 15, things took an unusual turn during the burglary of a charming mansion. 2 pages are scorched beyond readability. Lest you assume that Mademoiselle de N played the knowing temptress Delilah to my innocent Samson. No, I seized upon all temptations as a matter of honor. This particular one was simply more delightful than any I had known. Madame de N instructed me in the arts of pleasure. You're by no means handsome, she told me severely. Therefore your weapon must be charm. Use it in abundance. Like wine, no one ever believes they have imbibed too much. A cracky scar and smashed nose, heretofore regarded as defects, became features that marked me apart. A crooked smile, an engaging manner carried me much further than many a more well-informed swain. A gentle witticism can gain entry to unimagined several sentences as much with ash. She taught me also how to extract the fruit of an orange from within by way of a small slice to its covering. This skill proved to be of astonishing use. In fact, the priest spanned me from the confessional. The details of my sins were too licentious for his shelping ears. I was consigned to sin and sin again and again without hope of redemption. Here, a number of pages are too stained and torn to be read. The corner of a carriage on the road to Arras. 3 dukes smoking within. 3 dukes foolish enough to carry far too much silver and finery. Such a large bounty was not to be hoarded. The nobles continued their journey on foot in their underclothes, while we shared and spent the riches among the villagers, and thus made allies along the route. Allies that were too useful throughout my life. Here the bulk of the manuscript appears to have been simply lost. It recommences in the midst of Cartouche's famous public execution. Search the wide crowd for familiar faces and you can be sure there were some. Trace into the features a mixed reaction to my plight and humiliation, for dear reader, the human creature is given too many emotion, or contending for expression at the same instant. Indeed, it is rare that a simple emotion reigns in a human heart, and there in those faces of many I had helped in times of need, many who had thieved and briganded at my side. I discerned two humors, vying for supremacy. The first, an anxious desire to help me and relieve me of my distress, perhaps even to lift my punishment for me. However, the other emotion detected was a darker hue, the desire to see a man torn to shreds, the desire for blood, pain and death. Even friends can lament one's loss and still revel in the gorier spectacle, such as the human animal. The section of her memoir breaks off here.
Citizen!
Hey there, Afro. Welcome in. How we doing? What we doing? So we're doing well. We're currently doing a Paris story, which is in regards to Cartouche, kind of like a master assassin from previous times, who was believed to be dead. And yeah, this is kind of like his memoirs about how he died, apparently. But eventually was reborn as like a new assassin, I guess. Or at least that's what the guy we have talked to wants us to believe. How are you doing? Yeah, there's way too many guards here. Doing good? Very nice. Did you play more of Watch Dogs 2? Or have you finished that game already?
Stop you right there!
Jesus, Arno. You need to leave your cover completely there.
Where you going? Soil
This is of course the Phantom Blade doesn't reach. Oh boy. See if we can go over here.
You! Hold there!
What the fuck? So apparently I shot him with a quick shot and he didn't die. Instead he got like alerted. Thanks, Unity. That's super helpful.
What's going on?
What the fuck are you doing? Game. Yeah, if I would have been a detective, I probably wouldn't have caught that, to be honest, because it's just straight up a bug, you know. I'm gonna make sure we kill all of the like snipers here first. We completed it in like 3 days. The spectacle side of the story really fell off in the end. Breaking into Bloom was way too easy. That's fair, I guess. Did you do a lot of the side missions too? You didn't enjoy the game as much, you want your money back? That's fair, I guess. You did all of them? Fair enough, yeah. So have you played the first Watch Dogs before? And if so, did you like it more than the second one? It's crazy how many citizens you hear when berserking people, I've noticed. I hate when there's like two guys berserked and they only attack each other instead of all the other guys. I love when the berserk actually spreads, which can happen sometimes too. I don't remember completing one, but you did play through it on PS3, and you did enjoy it more from memory. That's fair. Interesting. So even having played it like on the old-gen version then too. Yeah, overall I do prefer Watch Dogs 1 as well. At least like setting and story wise, I quite enjoy the darker tone of Chicago in the story. With the second game being like more quirky and more humorous and stuff, right? I do quite enjoy the gameplay of Watch Dogs 2, I have to say. Like all the hacking stuff that you can do that you couldn't do before. But yeah, overall, like the stealth and stuff, I really enjoyed in Watch Dogs 1 because you could just be completely lethal and it still fitted with the story, I guess. I think an issue that Watch Dogs 2 actually has is also that killing people is kind of like encouraged with the gameplay, you know, with like all the weapons you can get. And it makes life much easier than non-lethally taking out everyone stealthy. But the non-lethal stealth way is what makes the most sense for DeadSec because they don't want to kill people, you know, they just want to expose and kind of like get like followers and stuff, and would kind of like make them psychos if they would just go around killing everybody to achieve that.
Papa bloody disappeared him.
Cartouche Memoir 2. The second section, the story seems to pick up mid-tail. In the event, I was searching for one face only. Surely she would wish me a safe journey to death, even if it meant leaving the bed of another a few minutes early. Alas, I saw neither her raven ringlets nor her flashing eyes. I was roughly hauled onto the scaffold, the great wheel, the instrument built to inflict unimagined pain as a prelude to bloody death, stood before me. It appeared somehow too small for such a mortal purpose. The executioner pushed me against the rough-hewn logs and lashed leather straps, worn ragged by scores of damned swords before me, about my wrists and feet. At this moment he took an extraordinary action. He blocked the crowd's view with his stout body and in a trice shoved the wet bulwark bed between my back and the wheel. What? I managed. He glanced at me and spat through his teeth, pig's bladder, filled with blood. He then looked to the crowd. I followed his gaze, not daring to hope, but there, it was she. He was looking towards Morel. What a tide of emotion crashed upon my beaten soul in that moment. My beloved Morel had come to rescue me, but at a price, this I could not doubt, of having yielded to the lusts of a brutish executioner. The man who looked me in the eyes and shoved a much smaller bladder into my mouth. Right when it's time, he raised his hand to quiet the crowd, bent threw his massive weight onto the lever. The wheel gave an ancient groan as if awakening. My arms, legs and spine pulled up taut even while the straps canted in my flesh. The crowd erupted in delight and horror. The length of my body, the skein of pain. Such rapture flowed through the assembled masses. They shouted for more. More. In crazed desperation I tried to physically pull back, as if I could by force of muscle and sinew prevent the weird dread revolution. The giant pulled with greater force, pulling me into an excruciating stretch. Sweat now beaded my brow, and with yet another pull of a lever, began to stream down my chest. A small bladder in my mouth prevented me from screaming. In fact, it was difficult to breathe. Another pull of a lever, and I felt the very joints of my shoulder begin to pull apart. If this was rescue, it was of a dire sort. I gave into the wheel, no longer attempting to slow its progress, and progress it did. I felt a tendon in my leg springing loose, as if I were a cooked pigeon. Then my upper arm separated from my shoulder with a sickly pop. The effect was, perversively, to lessen the pain, as now my body had slag in it. But this was short-lived. Again the lever creaked. Again the crowd roared. Again my muscles stretched near breaking. Surely the bladder must break. I attempted weakly to press back upon its speedy deception, but another pull by the oafish torturer ended all thought of making an effort. He pulled, and yes, there, my shoulder gave away. Oh, what a painful jolt I felt, my two arms freed of all anchor to myself. But this last was enough. The bladder beneath me broke, sending a spurt of red blood down my back and my legs, as if my entrails had exploded. The crowd went mad with joy, kept by the delirium they experienced when I chomped into the bladder between my teeth, filling my mouth with thick pig's blood, which I spat out in disgust and fell back in a swoon. I lost all conch. The next pages seemed to have been soaked in water sometime in the past, nothing's legible until the very end. So it was that my apprenticeship began, wherein I stole and sweated and committed crimes, no longer for myself and my recognition, but rather for an odd pack of scabrous folk, the assassins, of whom Merrill was the leader, and Rita, my labors there must live and die forever in silence. Jesus, if that is true, that's insane that he survived that. I mean, imagine, it's like, here's a rescue, but we gotta pretend like the execution is real, so we're gonna basically rip out your arms. And he still got them to grow together again, I guess, and eventually became an assassin. Like, what a comeback story. Jeez. Afro, you don't remember the aiming was awful on console, like the aiming sway? It's mainly the cops and watchdogs 2 that ruin it for you. They're not at all balanced. Even the ones that can give you a headache trying to escape. Yeah, that's true as well, I guess. It was a lot easier in the first watchdogs for sure. Especially with all of the kind of like hacks you had to kind of like sabotage the street. We could very easily and fast get rid of any cop chasing you. Even like in a 3-star chase.
The memoirs. Yes, give them to me. Truth be told, they're not mine exactly. The real Cartouche, Louis Dominique, survived execution and became an assassin just as is written here. Before he did die, he passed these to my predecessor, an assassin like myself, who also took the name of Cartouche. I have carried on the work of my forebears, filching from the wealthy to feed the impoverished, and I have plied my trade well. Yet here, I find myself an old man, stretched thin and slowed by time, eager to find another to carry on my work, and bear the name Cartouche into a new century.
I see. And am I the lucky inheritor?
I find you a worthy candidate, to be sure. I will keep watch over your progress, and make my decision another day.
I like the idea that there's like a title that transcends a single person. But it's like given forth, you know, from one to the next. That's of course something done in like quite a few, you know, series or like franchises. One thing I would think about, for example, is James Bond with the 007. You know, obviously it's always Sim, but it's kind of like a title given to other characters as well with the other 00s. Or 00s, I guess. Another movie is Kingsman with Lancelot and Galahad. Kind of like the names of the Knights of the Round Table, which are given forth from one member of the Kingsman to the next. You would say Phantom? It's like a synonym for Arno? Nice, we got the improved Phantom bracers. Let's have a look at these. Okay, they don't really give us much of like benefits for Berserk and Phantom Blades. But they do reduce the noise we make quite substantially. But yeah, I think I prefer having Berserk and Phantom Blades for now. It's more important. Phantom is the comic superhero, one of the oldest characters in print. Ah, I gotcha, so you're talking about a comic superhero. I do think I've heard of Phantom, but I can't say I've ever read a comic about him. Or her. But it's never a good point, I guess, with superheroes, right? Because they also transcend a single person often. Like even with things like Spider-Man. Oh damn, that's expensive. The Café des Invalides. But I'm still gonna do it. Spiked Bourbon. Assassinating the Templars within the ruling council of 500 in the Palais Bourbon. Several Templars have managed to join the ruling council of 500 in the Palais Bourbon. From the seat of power, the Templars are using their influence to continue the reign of terror. Assassinate the embedded Templars to curtail their influence. So I guess historically this would be quite late in the story, technically, because The Reign of Terror isn't until like late 93. I think maybe like September or something of 93. And currently we're still in like 91, 92, I think.
Who are you fighting for? Oh, Mike.
After the title of the Phantom is passed through generations, they're all with the same suit, man or woman. So it seems like the Phantom has been alive for years, that he's immortal. Yeah, that would be quite similar to the Cartouche character here. But people also believe it's like the same guy who survived an execution and then just lived on forever. It's crazy how many random guards there would be around here, which I gotta avoid dealing with.
Our organization is resourceful.
I can't kill him over here because there's just so many guards around. Would get me detected, even with a smoke bomb, most likely. If I can like blend assassinate him, that would be perfect.
You take my meaning? And I am. It's for you. I am
It's kind of like a guy chasing my target. Can also be killed apparently.
push me. I'll have your head. Here you don't. Move off. Right. What's your This is no place you want to meet Madame Guillotine? Not one more step.
Okay. Das Templar worked out fair. Let's climb the palace. Have a look up.
Got ya. Focus. What happened to you? Come here! such a tough son of a bitch. You! Hold there! Ah! You touch me, and it's the guillotine. Get on out! Move away!
Right, another bloody corpse on the wall. Rest what you do. So where's the assassin? Must be here somewhere.
It's kind of interesting. You can like one-shot them with a headshot using berserk darts here. Oh yeah. I've been actually really good with a stealth challenge here. Expected to at least be detected once or twice. Ah yeah, that's the tournament, I'm quite sure. Already done that mission before. I guess you could play it again to get like better items, because you can technically get some legendary items out of there. The thing is, once I've done it stealthily before, and played through it, which is done, then I don't have to do it stealthily again, right? So I can just play however I want, and have a chance to get the legendary musketeer code. So I think I'm gonna actually replay this one, just to see if we can get the legendary code there. Would be quite good early on to get some free legendary items.
That tears it! I'll report you to the Cartouche! Let's see the color of his
I know it's a bit of an unpopular opinion, but I actually don't mind the combat in Unity too much. It is quite slow, you know, but I think it's also quite realistic looking. With the animations and everything, feeling also more weighty. Can you play? Yeah, sure. You can join me, Afro, if you like. Let's actually pick up the money here.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, sounds good, Afro. Could now also get the finishing touches done for the Café Fiatre. An architect to put the finishing touches on the Café Fiatre.
The workmen were able to break open a doorway in the basement. It would afford a way to come and go along the north bank, free from prying eyes. Should someone require such a thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if someone should require that.
C'est distrayant.
Well, another snooty gnome. Usually just yell at people in the street.
Il doit se passer quelque chose de plus banal.
I would invite you, Afro, which is sick.
All this rubbish then.
Oh, look at this. This is actually the cell where Arno was imprisoned. You can see it by these symbols that are marked here on the wall still. Alright, give me just 1 second, Afro. I'm trying to get this viewpoint real quick. And I love how Unity looks with the noon time. But everything is like fully illuminated, you know. Ooh, very nice. The Toma de Canio outfit. Love it. aka the black and brown version of it. Of the IT outfit. I kinda had a feeling that would happen. Because since I just synchronized the viewpoint right, when you go there and you press profile down for like a safe leap of faith, then you're gonna like synchronize again, you know, which I didn't want to wait for. You can also do leap of faith with just jump forward, but it's riskier because there's a chance you're just gonna like jump right next to the haystack by accident. That's kinda funny. Alright, but yeah, let's do some co-op, shall we? So I would like to replay the tournament, just to see if I can get the legendary musketeer coat, or even the brigand breeches might be nice to have. And yeah, I won't be doing stealth for that because I've already played through it once with the stealth challenge, so not gonna be having to do that again.
How are you, Anna?
Stand and fight! Be a man! De la chair à pâté!
Let's go ahead and actually get a sword here. Would have a rapier which has actually quite good stats and damage. Could also buy one for 5k. How about the straight Faichon? Oversurging power for Faichon with no compromise on the piercing power. I like how it's a bit wider actually. Napoleon's outfit. Amazing. That's something you only get in Unity Dead Kings if you collect all of the Napoleon head collectibles, right? I think. Been like ages since I've done that the last time.
Shut up, you bastard! Keep your hands off me, tender!
gonna wait another minute for people to potentially join, and if nobody's joining until then, we're just gonna start it together.
J'espère que tu sais ce que tu fais. Hey now! Hey! That's not yours! Someone stop him!
Yeah, sounds good, Afro. I would definitely make it a bit faster.
"1793. The French army is looking for a few good men."
Is that a sword?
Yeah, just gonna skip the cutscene here because we've already played the mission before, of course. We'll need to watch it again.
You're not getting into that tournament without letters of permission. You can find some nearby, but they won't be easy to get.
Halt! Hold there, citizen!
They're expecting you to be a French soldier, so not killing other French soldiers will help you blend in.
Something's not right. Captain. Where are you, my mysterious friend? Lieutenant.
Captain Bashir.
That's the last letter. Head over to the first event.
A letter?
Time for a little parkour demonstration. I want to see how far you can push it.
Remember, you must collect the flags quickly to qualify for the next event. Begin!
GG's.
No surprise you smoked the competition in a climbing contest, but Marcour's looking for fighters. Let's give him what he wants.
Okay, just gonna go ahead and restock here.
Combatants, we are ready to begin. While we are testing your skill at combat, try not to kill each other. Save your blades and bullets for the enemy.
Okay, looks like you need to raise your team's flag while the other team tries to stop you. Good luck.
It's so funny that you can like take them out beforehand.
Everybody ready? On guard!
Won't muscle in here, you rogue.
One flag has been taken down. Don't give up now. I've got you. Another flag is down.
Okay, sorry about that. Just had to take care of the dog real quick. Kinda got overwhelmed there. Also crazy, like the amount of guards jumping into here. Eva Busted, welcome in. I'm trying to like throw smoke bombs the entire time and nothing's literally happening. One of the animations I had here. Throw smoke bombs and nothing is happening. It's like, what the fuck?
Nice. Time to get to Marcour. Talk to Dumas.
It's like classic co-op legs there.
Congratulations, citizens! You have fought bravely. Follow me, warriors, and you will receive your honors. Seeing you fight reminds me of my days in the Free Legion. I was hoping you'd be a little more discreet. The fatalities you've caused have raised suspicion. Marcour has summoned his bodyguards. It won't be easy to get close to him. You're in for a fight, but you must do what you can to make sure Marcour and his allies succeed. Good luck.
fuck are you doing, Arno? Let's get this sync point here. Yeah, Berserk is a good idea here, I would say.
What? Traitors! Citizen, hold a moment! Why are you looking at me like that? It's all shiny. Is it? Huh? Hey, stay there, you.
Now we can just watch it from outside. I just love the Chaos Unleash sometimes. The heck? Is he not berserked anymore? Hit him with fire? Or not? That works, I guess.
That's a wrap. Probably time to get out of there. The revolution is safer with Marcour gone. Nice work.
Oh, hell yeah, we got the legendary musketeer coat. I was hoping to get that one. Oh yeah. That was certainly worth it. Let's go ahead and check that out. Our first legendary item here. So it does have 50%... Oh, never mind, that's the improved one. That's what I'm looking for. So 70% blend time, blend fade time 70%, restricted area detection time minus 90. That's actually quite good for stealth, to be honest. I like it. Definitely gonna go for that. And I'm also gonna have a look how it looks like. Ah yeah. So I could, I guess, change maybe the hood there. Because I'm not a big fan of the look of a phantom hood with the face mask and everything. I guess I could buy like a 5k hood or something. Improved bourgeois hood looks quite good and does have decent stats. Also have a look here at the colors. The classic assassin colors there. Yeah, I like it.
Bonjour et bienvenue, monsieur.
Alright, do you want to go for another mission, Afro? Or would you be dropping out now after the tournament? Okay, cool. Would you like to try maybe like some of the heists? Because I haven't actually done any heists yet. I'll probably would be starting with the first heist, like the lowest difficulty ones. Just to kind of like play through them pretty much in order, I guess. You can be here all day. Fair enough, I guess. I'll probably do another heist and maybe another co-op mission and then go back to some single player stuff again. But cheers for helping out, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's have a look here in the progress tracker. So we have the Tithing Templars. That's actually for 2 people, so we can start it straight away. Templars have looted Nostradamus and are smuggling the valuables through the sewers under Hotel Dieu. Recover the artifacts.
The Hotel Dieu, the oldest hospital in Paris. Centuries older than the famous Notre Dame Cathedral, which is down the street. Hospitals, as we know them, haven't exactly been invented yet, so you're more likely to get sick inside than to leave cured. The Templars are using the building's sewers to smuggle out artifacts they stole from Notre Dame. Go in and get the goods.
Yeah, no worries, Afro. I'm basically just trying to do this one stealthily. So, if you would also like to play stealthily, it would definitely help me stay stealthy. But yeah, no worries if you get detected or anything. Take him out of here, Afro, if you like, because I have disguise for us both, at least for a short while. We can try to find the entrance. So while I'm disguised, you can usually like kill people, and as long as the guy who started disguise still stays away, immediately go back to being disguised. Let's go inside here, I would say.
Now where's he bloody gone off to? Catch any? Some bastards turned up.
Okay, where do we gotta go? On there, I guess. pretty cool. So I kinda got detected there, however the person died while he was detecting me. So for that part there's gonna be like an exception essentially. Like if people die in the moment they detect me, it's alright, I guess. And if they're the only ones, if others would have been alerted, I would have counted it here. That was pretty nice. We just gotta find the exit again. Okay, there's some guys here. Can get out of here to disguise, I guess. Very nice. That was smooth. I've only lost 4 photo there. But yeah, obviously quite low reward there for the first heist mission. Okay, let's have a look here at the co-op missions. How about we go for the Austrian conspiracy? That's another 2-player mission here. The Austrian army is a short march from Paris, and the city is in panic. Denton, inspiring speech calling for audacity, has rallied the troops. But Paris is threatened from within by Austrian spies. You need to thwart their plans. Anything you like? Take my co-op missions.
Paris, 1792, and Austria's knocking at the door.
You're late. I was dodging patrols. Danton gave quite the speech. We should return to Austria as soon as possible.
Then why not stay as my guest? Traitor.
George Danton, a revolutionary leader with a leaky ship. Danton and Robespierre were the big daddies of the French Revolution. A revolution about to be crushed by an Austrian army with spies all over Paris. The assassins knew there was a spy master pulling the strings. The spy master was funneling information on Paris's defenses to the Austrians.
King Louis will be back in Versailles within a week. Over my dead body.
Danton rallied Paris against the Austrian threat, so he's a target. You need to protect Danton, then take down the spy master.
We can do both areas together if you like.
You're just in time. Hold them off while I find a way out.
This one can be a bit tricky to stealth because they're essentially just charging at you.
Looks like
We're blocked in. You're going nowhere!
Might have to make an exception of this part of the mission here, actually. Let me go ahead and get the sniper. I guess that kind of worked.
You need to find them before they meet their couriers.
All right, let's grab those documents.
Thank you for your help.
So if I won't assume that I did it.
Ah, Seigneur, mais que se passe-t-il donc?
Oh, there's a initiate chest over here. Could contain like a outfit or something. Or not.
Pourquoi fait-il ça?
Attention, ami.
Yeah, sure, we can do it like that, Afro. And yeah, no worries about the delay either. Definitely understandable. Make sure go ahead and grab the sync point here real quick. I don't wanna climb down there, thanks. There's quite a few guards over here. What do we do with the best? Very nice.
These documents were sent by the Comte de Gambé. Infiltrate his house, then take out the Count and his accomplices.
Come here! I'll mash you like an old potato!
Drag them out!
Well then, that's a detection right there. I like how the map only showed like one of the guards for some reason. It's kind of annoying. I don't really have a high lockpicking skill. If you could do this one, Afro. This guy's coming over here.
That's all of them. Okay, time to get out of there.
Very nice. Of course, I don't have any smoke bombs anymore. Perfect timing there. With like random guards coming by. Thankfully, I didn't see anything. Oh, hell yeah. I've unlocked Connor's Masters as an outfit. Another legacy outfit right there. It's actually the outfit that's like the closest to the time of Anno, I guess. Because they're kind of like overline, I guess, both Unity's and AC3's timeline. Oh yeah. Yeah, 2 more detections there than I would have liked, but definitely glad we got 2 more missions done here. But yeah, I'm gonna go and do a bit more single player stuff again, Afro. But if you like, we could definitely play some more co-op and heists later in the afternoon. Sounds good. Thanks for joining and for the help. But yeah, let me go ahead and go back to single player. And then we still have like tons of stuff to do. Still want to finish sequence 6 today and also do a decent bit of the Paris stories. So let's have a look here at missions. And let's go over here. That's actually a non-stealth, more like a combat focus mission. Hey there, Pacific Knight. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Woohoo! Over here.
Fistful of Duelers. Defeat a series of accomplished duelists.
I am the Chevalier d'Eon, master swordsman, diplomat, and sometimes spy. Do not be confused by my attire. I simply prefer to clothe myself in female garb.
It is a little confusing.
You are an assassin. I'm hoping you can help me, but first, I'd like to ensure that you're the man for the job. There are several swordsmen who will test your acumen. Challenge each of them and draw first blood. And watch you don't step on my dress.
The Chevalier d'Eon. A character who prompted the first major historical debate on sex and gender. Was he the Chevalier or was she the Chevalier? This not so secret agent spent 49 years dressed as a man and 33 dressed as a woman. 49 years as a man but only 33 as a woman? The bloody gender divide strikes again. In an age where dressing up was all the rage, Charles de Beaumont, Chevalier d'Eon, slight of build, made his cross-dressing debut as at a costume ball. Louis XV noticed him and realized that a seemingly pretty woman would be much easier to deploy as a spy than a mustached hussar. d'Eon was promptly dispatched on a spying mission to Russia, equipped with a farthingale and a cascade wig. He listened at doors and stole a few documents with such dexterity that the king decorated him with the Order of St. Louis. I long for the days when spying was just wearing a wig and listening at doors. In July 1789, following the taking of the Bastille, he sent a letter to the French National Assembly offering to lead a division of female soldiers, but sadly nothing came of it. A skilled swordsman, d'Eon regularly challenged fencers to friendly duels, adding them that they would be unable to defeat a woman. This proved to be remunerative. Well then, let's go ahead and do some duels then.
But of course, my friend, a duel it is.
I'll serve as a second to both of you.
Royalist!
Come on, come on!
Stop! A hit! Well fought! You are the victor. We have a champion!
Il n'a plus que toute sa tête.
Oh my, a duelist, are we? How amusing. This man will judge the hits. I have an appointment presently, but this shan't take much time.
Because you're gonna be done with soon, that's why.
Enough! Leave me alone!
Come back, coward!
A hit. Just a few of them.
Duel you? Preposterous. Oh, very well.
I will oversee the contest. He who draws first blood wins.
I could use a bit of practice.
Bloody royalist!
Like how I just call you royalists out of nowhere.
A hit! The challenger wins!
I will not yield.
Cease! The fight is over!
Rubbish! To the death!
To the death, huh? So much to a bit of practice.
Bonjour.
Se passerait quelque chose de...
I accept your challenge, upstart.
A duel it is. I shall be your second, Alphonse.
I'll adjudicate. I was first in my class at the School of Gentlemen Cadets.
Indeed he was, and well deserved.
What an arsecker. Now they're both attacking me or what? The other guy isn't yet, he's just standing there. Maybe after I killed his mate here. Oh, is he even having infinite life or something? I think this is a bug right here. Yeah, you have a bug officially. Amazing.
Citizen, hold! Disputes our plight!
Wow. Okay.
I see
So what do? I guess I just have to run away, restart the game or something. Maybe like going back to stealth, we can't like reset his health bar. Ah yeah, I failed the mission, of course. That's such bollocks. But what can you do?
Ah, ma barbe. C'est la
Woohoo! Over here. I am the Chevalier Deon.
Good to know.
But of course, my friend, a duel it is.
I'll serve as a second to both of you.
Damn moderate!
Oh! Stop! A hit! Well fought! You are the victor.
Oh my. A duelist, are we? How amusing. This man will judge the hits. I have an appointment presently, but this shan't take much time.
This is my...
Enough! Leave me alone!
Come back!
What was that jump? I love it sometimes.
Duel you? Preposterous. Oh, very well.
I will oversee the contest. He who draws first blood wins.
I could use a bit of practice.
A hit! The challenger wins!
I will not yield.
Cease! The fight is over!
Rubbish! To the death!
J'imagine que c'est dangereux.
I accept your challenge, upstart.
A duel it is. I shall be your second, Alphonse.
I'll adjudicate. I was first in my class at the School of Gentlemen Cadets.
Indeed he was, and well deserved.
You know the rules.
I will take that! I shall never yield!
This is highly irregular.
You can't defeat Alphonse!
Okay. Off to the last duel here.
C'est amusant.
Jusqu'à ce que quelqu'un...
Surprised? As a final test, you must match yourself against the best.
I'll adjudicate.
I am one of Europe's greatest swordsmen. Or swordswomen, for that matter. best is the best. You need bend your knee to no one, man or woman.
Okay, finally we got this mission done. With a bug and everything. Oh yeah, let's get another social club renovated here.
Tight, yeah!
Courtyardens Hagardens Love Crook 1 Happy Ezio been a little bit boy, how have you been doing?
Hey Vedmice, welcome in, my boy. I hope you've been doing well. And that everything's alright for you. And yeah, it's going very well, for sure. Doing good. We landed now at Unity doing our Stove and All Mission Objectives challenge, and it definitely has been the toughest game in the series so far, the Stove. At least completely. But yeah, it's also been fun, you know, getting to play a game that really focuses so much on that aspect with like literally every mission, almost. With a few exceptions, I guess. But yeah, how are you doing? It's one of these social club missions here. Artful Dodger. Assassinate the leader of an art smuggling ring. Alexander Lenoir is trying to preserve French art and create a national museum in the Palais de Louvre. Sadly, a band of looters is rampaging through the Marais, looting valuable artworks. They do churches, mansions, and common dwellings, uncaring as to whether these are still occupied or not. Assassinate the leader of the smugglers at the Hotel de Saint and put a stop to their destructive spree.
Cet homme passe sa vie sur les toits des immeubles.
Nice, you're doing good. Always nice to see some Unity. Just been chilling, going to run more tests and see if anything has changed in regards to Twitch and stuff. So yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, dude, I hope it has become better, more stable for you, you know? Especially after such a long time. Hopefully that is the case again. And yeah, dude, it's definitely great to get to play this game again. There's just nothing quite like Unity in the series, you know? But yeah, Levy and I have definitely been missing your streams. Levy was mentioning it the other day again. She misses her boyo. Just gonna make sure we don't have any snipers. There's one.
Some church.
Bet you good price.
So hoping that Mirage would be a mix of Unity and Origins or something. This game is still unbelievable. Yeah, it's kind of funny that you mention it, because yesterday there was somebody on Twitter being asked how Mirage gameplay is like, and he was just like, or they were just responding, Unity meets Origins or something. Now, it's not really confirmed that that source is actually reliable, but I think it makes a lot of sense, you know, to say that, even if the person is just like speculating. Because it is still based on the engine of Unity and in a way Origins, because Origins has been using the same engine too, I guess. And they of course have said openly that they are being inspired by Unity, I guess. So given that it's probably based on Valhalla, which is kind of like Origins, like based on Origins, and then they want to go back to like Unity, quality of animations, maybe to a certain degree, and parkour. It definitely makes sense to kind of like have a bridge between that style of games and like the new RPG style, I guess. But yeah, I guess we have to wait until June for the Ubisoft Forward, and I assume we're gonna be at least be seeing something. I mean, at this point, they really gotta showcase something. Yeah, I would hope so. But the thing is with the studio behind them, Ubisoft Bordeaux, I think it is. It's still a rather new studio, and they might be a bit overwhelmed with creating an entire game all by themselves, so... Then there's also like some rumors about even more delays internally at least, which isn't always a good sign, I guess, for the development process, so... I have a feeling that they might have bitten off more than they can chew. But who knows? I hope to be pleasantly surprised, you know, that it's like be a true comeback to the origin of Assassin's Creed. That's left to be seen. Alexander Lenoir. With the onset of the revolution, curator Alexander Lenoir set about saving and protecting France's historic monuments, objects and properties. He successfully demanded that all national assets be confiscated and put into storage to avoid their dispersion or even worse, destruction. Lenoir openly fought revolutionary vandalism despite violent de-Christianization campaigns, but could only look on helplessly at the desecration of the royal tombs at the Basilica of Saint-Denis, which is a reference to the Dead Kings DLC, because it's taking place in Saint-Denis, and there's like lots of grave robbers and tomb looters, I guess. The League of the Crimson Rose. Earn the gratitude of a mysterious Crimson Rose.
Have you heard of the Crimson Rose? He goes by the name of Sir Reginald and pretends to be a bit of a twit. But he's quite brilliant at helping people escape the guillotine. I'm suspicious of him. I'd like you to integrate yourself by saving him from an ambush.
What ambush?
The one that's about to take place at his home, the Hotel Fiaubert. Save him, and in gratitude, he may well admit you to his secret league.
Demise just used Twitch Inspector and ran a test and it just all red. What's going on? You think you're being targeted? It's really weird. It makes me really think that it's an issue with your connection rather than Twitch or something. Yeah. I'm not sure if you have tried yet, but did you maybe try resetting your modem router or your connection at home? Not sure if there's like anything of importance saved in. Maybe resetting, you know, your internet connections would be something to. I have done that many times, okay. I don't get it. I really don't. How that's happening. Especially after all this time, you know. It's so weird. And you don't have like any other internet issues, right? Like with any other website, or did you kind of like realize that anything's running slower than usual? The Crimson Rose. The Scarlet Pimpernel and the Crimson Rose are fictional figures that take the spirit of various genuine historical characters. Aristocrats who attempted to subvert the goals of revolutionary France. It's just as well they're fictional, because imagine you were real and you had a nickname like that. Oh thank goodness, the Scarlet Pimpernel is here. It would be impossible not to think people were being sarcastic. One of these is William Wickham, born in 1761 in Yorkshire, England. Wickham, a lieutenant colonel in the army of His Majesty King George III, organized a spy network based in Switzerland and France to coordinate with French royalists and combat the Great Terror. After Thermidor, he returned to England and died peacefully in 1840. Thermidor was a revolt. It's not to be confused with Lobster Thermidor, just in case you thought that after a lovely Thermidor, Wickham returned to England and died peacefully of seafood poisoning. The mice not at all. Everything else running as smooth as normal. That's really, really weird. Yeah. And you have like literally a red for like every server, right? Like doesn't matter which Twitch server. Hey there, Tania, welcome in. Or Tanyat, welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Well, I've got something for you here. Just what your kind deserves.
Can I clip that guillotine kill later? Which one do you mean specifically, Afro? From a tournament when you killed the target? Yeah, sure, if I remember. I can definitely do that. It was quite funny, you know, seeing like the explosive travel as long as it did. So quite sure this is gonna end up in a force detection scenario here again.
One must enjoy these soirees while one can.
Are you here to meet with Sir
Soon the
Richard?
lunatics will have our
Want to
heads.
join the Crimson League, yeah? Good man.
Everything all right, my friend? The Crimson League? I may be a member. Not about to say.
The mice on my Twitch has program every server shows up like 2k bitrate when it should be around 6k, and this website showed 0 bitrate. Damn. Okay, another question. Sorry if it's too many questions for you. Just trying to find like root of a problem there. Did you try to do like a regular speed test for your connection? To see how your upload rate is like compared to how it should be? Like on a regular? Because I guess with things like watching movies or YouTube, whatever, wouldn't affect your upload rate at all. Yeah, sounds good to me. Definitely let me know. Hopefully we can find out what it is soon.
An ambush? I cannot be apprehended just as my plans are coming together. You, sir, if you help me hold them off, you shall have my gratitude.
After him, men! Kill the Crimson Rose! Time to meet justice, citizen.
So I think this fight doesn't escalate until, yeah, when it's a force detection, even though we're like fully clothed here. And these guys.
No need for any ugliness. We already right to Well done. You seem the sort of fellow I could use in my organization. I shall call on you in the future.
What do you want? You. I saw you. What exactly are you accused? Bonjour, mon bon monsieur.
Seems normal. Your data has never been the best anyway, but it's no different. I gotcha. Okay, that's good at least. But it's not like your entire connection, it's just like really your connection to Twitch specifically. I know I mentioned it at another point, but have you tried changing the standard gateway address on your local computer to Twitch? To kind of like regular connection? Because you could, for example, choose, I guess it's called DNS server, that's what I mean. Like you could choose the Google DNS server, for instance, and that would change sometimes how your connection responds to certain servers. So I guess my question is, have you tried changing your DNS server before? So essentially you go into your network connections on your computer, and I don't know where exactly it is, but it should be under like properties for your connection to your internet connection essentially. So right click on that properties, and then you should probably go into the IPv4 settings. And at the very bottom of the window opening should be the DNS server option. And yeah, if you then Google the Google DNS server, for instance, you can copy and paste that in there. Then restart your computer and see if it changes anything about your speeds. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, or if you want to try that later, I can also write that down for you. Yeah, just let me know if you have any questions or anything. On IPv4 it has a preferred DNS and an alternative. Ah, okay. So it's not set to automatic then? Or maybe you could try, in that case, getting rid of a DNS server. Just changing both of it to like automatic instead. Yeah, sounds good, dude. It's worth a try, you know, at this point. I wanna make sure that you tried at least everything possible. Okay, I think I'm actually ready to do some main story again. We still have like lots and lots of side missions and stuff, but I do wanna carry on with the main story at least at some point here. The Jacobin Club. Lafreniere's plan to move the midnight raid on Le Hotel de Beauvoir. Find out what's happening and why Lafreniere wanted to stop it.
"400 armed noblemen, Honoré? If it weren't for General Lafayette..."
Enough! The room is fogged with your bluster! All hot air and no action! Here's a man with good news, I think. Arno, what did you learn from the silversmith?
Poison. They're catching up.
Germain made that pin, and others like it, for a man named Lafreniere.
Sure.
Certain.
Grandmaster de la Serre spoke highly of his loyalty. Very well. I suppose the course is clear, Arno. Find Monsieur Lafreniere.
I have done so already, monsieur. He is no threat.
What are you saying, Pisspot?
I had a lead on Lafreniere. I followed it, and I killed him.
What the hell were you thinking?
How dare you defy the
The next time you circumvent the council, I'll ring you a new arsehole!
While this council admires your zeal, it is not your place to choose your own targets. You should have reported your findings to us.
Forgive me, Mentor. I believed I had found the man who ordered Monsieur de la Serre's murder. When I discovered further evidence that suggested he was about to strike at the Brotherhood in force, I took action.
Believed? Suggested?
I am no longer certain of Lafreniere's motivations. In his memories, I saw him writing the letter that would have warned Monsieur de la Serre of his betrayal. When he spoke of his impending attack, he mentioned a club in the Marais, not one of our safe houses.
What do you make of this?
I cannot say. I would like to investigate further.
I don't like this. The boy is a gifted assassin, but I fear he's obsessed with a private vendetta. Let another follow this lead.
We don't have time. Whatever Lafreniere was planning, it happens tonight.
He did ask permission this time, Guillaume.
Ah.
Go then. See what you can learn. But no more rash action.
Yes, Mentor.
Yeah, they ain't happy. Understandably so. Because Arno has basically just killed the person that, for one, didn't wanna strike at the Brotherhood in force. He actually wanted to fight against the Jacobin Club. And he also wrote the letter that would have warned Monsieur de la Serre, you know. Which is the reason that Arno set out to join the Assassins in the first place, to kind of like find some kind of like redemption, retribution, you know, for what happened to Monsieur de la Serre. And then he ended up killing the person who could have warned Monsieur de la Serre against the betrayal, and if he would have delivered the letter in person, then Monsieur de la Serre might have not died that night. Which is also where a lot of the guilt comes from Arno, you know, and it's very ironic that he ended up killing the person that was kind of like even on his side in a way there, you know. At least when it comes to his relationship to Monsieur de la Serre. So I can understand, and I think it's very much justified that the assassins are pissed off with Arno's decision there. Rash Action is my middle name.
This is the place. What was Lafrenière so interested in?
Get him upstairs, quickly.
Latouche, old friend. You do get about, don't you?
Citizen!
Citizen? You do like the bird's eye view for every mission? Yeah, it's a very nice starting point, and for the stealth challenge also, it's like always really good to start from like a higher position. Work your way down, slowly.
Wait a minute.
Smart, you'll let him know. What's that supposed to mean? Just that some folk don't like people prying into their affairs.
Condemned to death those who were so sacrilegious as to undress before the image.
Jacobin Club. A society of the Friends of the Constitution, or Jacobin Club, deriving its name from the convent where its members gathered, was one of the most powerful political clubs in France for much of the Revolution. With over 7,000 chapters at its height, its membership was estimated at nearly 500,000. The club was initially a gathering place for Breton deputies, but quickly expanded to allow anyone, even civilians and foreign nationals, to join. Sounds pretty exclusive. Despite its later reputation for extremism, the Jacobin Club supported, at least nominally, the monarchy right up to the eve of the Republic. The club became radicalized in June of 1791, when many of its more moderate deputies left to form a new club, the Feuillants. The first thing I look for any club is the ability to pronounce it. Feuillants equals fail, or should it be Feuillants? After the fall of the monarchy, Robespierre rose to prominence within the club, and with his backing and that of the Parisian mob, the Jacobins effectively seized control of the government. They so often make such convincing arguments, the mob, I find. The Jacobins instituted a reign of terror, repeatedly purging the National Convention and the population at large of anyone deemed an enemy of the Republic. The Jacobins held sway for nearly a year before Robespierre overplayed his hand and was himself arrested and executed for treason. Deprived of its leadership, the Jacobin Club was closed and outlawed in November 1794. So they confronted him for assassinating one person, not a word about 50 plus dead guards. That's right. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
The Emperor. Once tyranny invented the crime of injured majesty, which were actions either indifferent or heroic. Who could have dared to think that it merited a punishment in death without rendering himself guilty of the same crime?
How much longer must we wait? I do have other business to tend to.
A little bit longer. The monstrous union between ignorance and despotism invented in its turn the crime of sacrilege. All will be made clear.
I don't like it. The plan is still too vulnerable.
Of avenging God.
And let's not forget Lafreniere is still out there somewhere, waiting to burn us all at the stake.
You haven't heard yet then?
Heard what?
Lafreniere is dead. Hours ago, in fact. Assassins.
That seems convenient.
That's the thing about assassins. Point them at a Templar conspiracy and they ask no questions. Go right for the kill. Predictable that way. Come, we'll fetch the captain to get started.
What a bastard. Okay, we gotta drive snipers berserk apparently, and we gotta do kills from hiding spots as well.
Come on, speak up.
You finished?
Near enough. Now here's the thing. I can go on like this all day. But you got an hour left in you? 2 at the most. If I bring out the sharp bits. So why not skip the end game and go directly to me? Tell me where it is, and all this can be over. What was that? You're a smart man.
Roy, clean up your mess. It's time.
Be right there.
Ah!
You heard the weasel, boys?
Did you really throw him out the window?
Trash belongs in the gutter.
Sloppy. Someone might have seen.
Who? My boys are watching the whole place. They'll deal with any good Samaritans.
Think better. The Grandmaster won't be happy if the whole plan comes unraveled because of one dead peon.
Okay, so we still gotta drive snipers berserk, and I still gotta do one more hiding spot kill here. Wanna see if I can maybe... I can lose the tail here. What? The fuck? Wow, seriously? I just got rid of my optional objectives because I was leaving outside. So I think reloading checkpoint would serve me either. I have to probably restart the entire memory again. That's bollocks, right? Because the objectives popped up like super late in the mission for some reason. Like it seemed to be another bug or something. Kind of annoying. Because it seemed like I didn't really have much time there to actually get to take care of these objectives. Hey there, Shibeta. Welcome in. I'm just gonna try to see what happens with checkpoint restart, but I doubt that we will have a chance to do it again in this attempt. Yeah, gotta restart the entire mission. That's annoying.
"400 armed noblemen, Honoré? If it weren't for General
Enough!
Lafayette..."
Enough!
Yeah, in fact, we have to go like all the way from.
Hot air and no action. Good news, I think.
What the fuck?
Oh, no. What did you learn from the silversmith?
Ah, Jesus, the timing on that fart. All hot air, no action. Oh dear, I gotta clip that. Holy shit. The fact that the cutscene dialogue went onto me already leaving here and this guy just sitting on the chair and farting at the same time that he says, "Oh, hot air." That must be like the most glorious timing I've ever had in Unity for anything. That made the replay, the mission officially worth it.
What cheer?
Citizen!
Citizen? Ava Harbinger, welcome in. It seems to start my stream just before your break lately. Do I? Literally 5 minutes before you leave your house. Yeah, that's definitely on purpose. How's it going, Harbinger? Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's take care of the snipers first. Okay. It's one.
You knew this was coming and now you owe me. So that's your answer? I got you for a song, I would. See how you do without your face. Don't like that, huh? Probably an informer, too. You look like a bloody rat.
Okay, that takes care of the sniper berserk here. That's good. Now we just gotta perform 2 hiding spot kills. Are you glad you finished Cyberpunk so you can move to games with fewer bugs? Maybe you read that in Rod stream too. I think I read that, like you mentioning that at an earlier point. But that's really good. I'm glad you got it done. How did you like it overall, now that you finished it? Would you recommend it, like story-wise and stuff?
Dunno. And if you're smart, you let it lie. What's that supposed to mean? Just that some folk...
Okay, I guess my question is anyone coming over here, or do I have to throw like a cherry bomb? Because if that's the case, then it might alert too many people here. Yeah, I think I might have to try the cherry bomb approach here. So, hey there, Tatasaurus, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Give me just 1 sec, guys. Okay, I'm back. So I had to talk real quick. How much do you think you wrote it again? If you ignore some random bugs that can happen in side missions, when it's 9 out of 10, 9 or 10 out of 10. Damn. Yeah, that's definitely a good rating right there. Definitely seems like a game you can have like lots of fun with overall. Yeah, if I would play it, then definitely on the Series X, I think. Just so I don't have to deal with performance issues and too many bugs that I guess are more likely to happen on PC, I would imagine. But yeah, that's great. I'm glad you had a good time. Even if it was kind of like kind of like buggy. Yeah, nobody's getting affected by this hiding spot here. I guess what we can try is get him to look over here and lure him over here, this way.
What was that?
What the fuck? I don't go in there.
Big bang for such a little bomb.
Come on. Oh, seriously? I swear, why didn't he investigate this? That's really annoying.
What the hell?
I'm just gonna wait for him to come over here, then move back, and I'm throwing a smoke bomb, a cherry bomb. Come on, or just come closer.
Warn you came this way.
Now come over here, dude.
Pillock's discovered powder goes boom.
Thanks. Freaking finally. Harbinger, and the ending you chose was very satisfying. It was supposed to be hard, but you guess your build was too overpowered. Whistling would have helped a lot for this objective. Yeah, it really would have, you know, because Whistling is often more reliable than the cherry bombs are, that's for sure. Because the cherry bombs also like important. What the fuck? Oh, seriously. Fuck's sake. But yeah, for cherry bombs also important like how many wards are in between and what kind of angle you're throwing it and stuff. So yeah. Guess we gotta do this one from scratch again. Fuck's sake. Didn't realize it still had the Berserk darts equipped there. Whoops. It's fine. Okay, here we go again. Auto goes boom. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna again position myself over here. Get him to get over there. And do exactly the same, basically. To get the hiding spot kill.
Dream that.
Yeah, better run against the wall, I guess.
By all the... How far can he be?
Now he's not affected by it. Oh, this is such bollocks. Like seriously, why is he not going inside the freaking room? He rather wants to walk against the door or wall.
Something's going on.
Again? Jesus Christ. Come over here, dude.
What was that? A toy?
And he's still not worried about it. Good. come over here and check it out. Fucking finally.
Damn toy, where'd it come from? Huh?
Why can't I assassinate him?
Up and bloody disappeared.
I can't assassinate him. Out of the cover here. Dude.
Jesus, what was that? A toy?
Thanks, game. Okay then, that was annoying. Now for the second hiding spot assassination.
Dunno. And if you're smart, you'll let it lie. What's that supposed to mean? Just that some
Condemned to death, those who were so sacrilegious as to undress before the image of the Emperor. Once tyranny invented the crime of injured majesty, which were actions either indifferent or heroic.
Get these politicians talking and they never shut up.
That it merited punishment more Jacobin death without rendering himself guilty of the same crime. When Catholicism
How much longer must we wait? I do have other business to tend to.
Just a little bit longer. Grand Master wants the politicals thinned out before we begin.
I trust we'll finally learn the meaning behind our recent activities.
All will be made clear.
I don't like it. The plan is still too vulnerable. And let's not forget that Memoirs is still out there somewhere, waiting to burn us all at the stake.
So, you haven't heard yet then?
But what?
Well, that Memoirs is dead. Hours ago, in fact. Assassins.
That seems convenient.
That's the thing about assassins. Huh? Point them at a Templar conspiracy and they ask no questions. Go right for the kill. Predictable.
No need to make this any harder.
Oh, we'll fish the captain and get started.
Come on, speak up. Tick-tock, mate. I need an answer, friend.
Okay, at least you got the objectives done now. That's good.
It's a simple question. Just tell me what I want to know.
Yeah, that's sort of what I thought as well. I didn't actually have to do it that way, I guess, over there.
I need an answer, friend.
I could have just used the two hiding spots here.
Tick-tock, mate. Come on, speak up.
Are you finished?
Near enough. Now here's the thing. I could go like this all day. But you got an hour left in you? 2 at the most. Half if I bring out the sharp bits. So why not skip the end game and go directly to me? Tell me where it is, and all this can be over. What was that? You're a smart man.
Roy, clean up your mess. It's time.
Be right there.
Ah!
You heard the weasel, boys? Belongs in the gutter.
Sloppy. Someone might have seen.
Who? My boys are watching the whole place. They'll deal with any good Samaritans.
They'd better. The Grand Master won't be happy if the whole plan comes unraveled because of one dead peon.
I'm gonna lockpick the door already now, so we kind of can get out of here a bit easier.
The great work requires patience, my friend. If Paris must suffer a while longer so the world might be remade, then so be it.
Why not just kill him and be done with it? One of my boys, a knife, a dark hallway. Easy peasy.
We want a condemned man, Captain, not a martyr. Have patience.
Respectfully, Grandmaster, patience is well and fine. But the longer we wait, the greater the chance of discovery.
Well, the assassins already found Seville and the Wadetun.
Oh, Seville and Loire already served their purpose. Their destruction, while inconvenient, is no obstacle. And the assassins have already proved useful when properly led.
What about the Delaseur brat? She could be dangerous if she manages to rally the old guard.
That situation will be resolved.
How so?
Mademoiselle de la Serre will soon be on her way to l'Hôtel Voisin, eager to speak with Monsieur Lafrenière. Sadly, Monsieur Lafrenière has nothing left to say.
Please.
Clever, Grandmaster. But you've had your brush with the assassins as well. Respectfully, you won't always be so lucky.
Quite right. I shall leave the execution of our work to you good ladies and gentlemen. For my part, I shall retire to the sanctuary and await the final phase. Will that satisfy you, Captain?
I'll see the watch triple.
Very well. May the Father of Understanding guide you.
May
The spy's still here! There's a spy on the loose!
No spies escaping on my watch.
Find the spy! Seems we have a spy, boys.
Not here, strange. What was that?
The spy will be making a run for it. There's a spy on the loose! Don't let the spy escape.
Nice. Does it? I just can't stand the English accents after playing with French dubs, but it's so hard to pay attention to the subtitles and the environment at the same time. It's true, I guess, you know. For me, also like doing a challenge as well, you know, it would be very distracting having to listen to or look at the subtitles all the time. Wouldn't be able to focus quite as much as you say, like on the environments of the game itself sometimes. But that's totally fair, you know. Would have been interesting to see if I actually went with the French accents instead of like British ones. I don't mind it too much personally, to be honest, but I also wouldn't have minded like French accents as long as it's not like super exaggerated. Templar ambush. Elise is about to walk into a Templar ambush. Find her and warn her of her treachery.
Elise? Elise! Elise! Damn it. Where was it? L'hôtel voisin? Merde.
Hey, c'est distrayant.
Tight, yeah!
Long overdue lol, much love. Happy stealthing.
Il a l'air de s'amuser.
Hey Valevi. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, the stealth challenge has been definitely quite tricky so far. Today we've already been detected like probably like 6 times or so. But yeah, it's fine. Exactly. Was it that the first encounter for Elise after the intro? Well, I mean, I guess it depends which you would define as like the last encounter as part of the intro. Because once you escape the Bastille, you get to see her again, right? And then you have like this whole discussion and debate about Anno not delivering the letter as he should have. And yeah, I believe after that moment, this is the first time we see her again. So this is pretty much a force detection scenario here because we're rushing in to take Elise here. And there's gonna be more.
What's going on? Where is Monsieur Lafrenière?
He's dead.
What?
Go! I'll explain later!
No way past this one.
Shall we?
Let's.
Take him from behind.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure.
I'll climb up and take a look.
Okay, so this part we can do stealth again.
Stop right there! You're trying to muscle into my domain! You whoreson! You!
Where to?
Is the guy's rushing around though, apparently? Maybe they're just trying to get out of here or something. Guess I gotta do 2 more headshots. 2 double assassinations here. Just gonna try to take care of the double assassinations first.
Come here! I'll mash you like an old
Don't let him get away!
Where do we go?
Tricky with double assassination here. They're not really lining up perfectly. This guy we can try 2 headshots.
Where do we go? Where to?
I'm not. I'm just trying to get this challenge done.
Damn it! Another dead end!
Can't see a damn thing in here.
How the hell do we get out? I must be in here somewhere. Over there! No! Wait! Damn it! That's Claude!
Come on, move together.
Just admit it. You're lost.
Fuck. Oh, this is annoying. Because often these don't really line up that well with like the stealth challenge, right? These objectives. Because like you gotta do double assassinations, but only with high profiles, like guaranteed that you actually can pull off properly. There's like other guys detecting you while you try to get the optional objective done. Annoying. Yeah, Unity is definitely gonna be the game with the most detections, I'm quite sure about it. We're already at 21 at this point.
Not sure how to get out of here.
I'll climb up and take a look.
Don't let him get away!
Just admit it. You're lost.
Why can't I shoot him? Oh, game. I'm like perfectly lined up there. I can't do it.
How do we get out of here? Where to?
Fair.
Okay. Finishes that. Time to get out of here.
Any bright ideas?
Where are they?
Just admit it. You're lost. How do we get out of here?
Find them!
Where to?
Damn it! Another dead end!
Can't see a damn thing in here.
How the hell do we get out? I must be in here somewhere. Over there! No! Wait! Damn it! That's Claude.
Two of them up ahead.
You take that one. I'll handle his friend. What now?
Too many of them to sneak past. We'll have to work together. Take them out behind.
Have you seen a young woman? Tall, red hair.
It's kind of tricky because someone like dependent on Alicia.
We're clear. There's a bigger group coming up though.
Probably should also get some smoke bombs here, but shopkeeper's a bit far away.
No. Désolé.
Okay, that's bollocks. Not gonna count this one. I wasn't even doing a high profile there. I was literally just walking to the guy and killing him, but I think because he was like in combat with Release, for some reason him being in high profile made my assassination be high profile. Otherwise it wouldn't have been detected like that. And that was also detected because of Release there, you know, because she got detected, so I won't be counting this one.
Wait! Snipers.
I see them. Perhaps you can get a better angle from the roof.
Let's get out of here.
They can't have gotten far. Find them!
Go on. I'll distract them. Trust me. Meet me tomorrow at Café Théâtre. I'll explain everything.
You're mad. I'll be there.
I may be a little late.
Another force detection here. And that finishes sequence 6. Very nice. Let's have a look at the skills here, because we've got 8 skill points available right now. What I should be getting here. I feel like the money pouch could actually be nice sometimes. You know, getting like a crowd to a certain place you wouldn't really have social stealth otherwise. Stun grenades are more like combat focused, but can also be used in stealth if you run out of smoke bombs, even if the duration is much shorter. And I think that's only the 2 abilities you really need here for stealth at least. I want to reserve the other skill points for once you finish sequence 9, and we can get poison gas, improve phantom blade, and things like that. But now I'm just gonna get the money pouch and then save the sync points for other stuff, I think.
Who are the revolutionaries? I won't ask you again. You tell me, look at that.
Oh, there's an initiate chest over there. I think I also want to go ahead and change the color here on Arno's outfit. Let's go for autumn leaves for now. Yeah, two colors were nice. Yeah, we have them for quite a while already. And I don't know, I can't really play with one outfit or color only for a long time. Unless it's like the default outfit. Like, I could play through the entire Unity game with just the starting outfit, I guess. But yeah, when it comes to like customization and stuff, I like to change it up quite regularly. Welcome back, Shibata. Great Escapist. Infiltrate the ruins of the Bastille to recover a famous rope ladder.
Years ago, when I escaped from the Bastille, I left behind the rope ladder I fashioned from twine and firewood. It's famous now, but the Bastille's guarded because of the looting. Could you, citizen, retrieve my rope and bring it back? It's somewhere in that vast edifice. You'll have to get the location from the quartermaster.
Citizen!
Citizen?
Vous trouvez le boulanger étrange?
Ah oui, en effet, c'est une raison fort légitime.
Se cacherait-il?
Que pensez-vous du fait
De qui?
Venez!
Elle disparaît avec le premier venu.
Hey, who's coming after Jacques?
Oh boy. Yeah, there's like no way he saw that. But just because I did a high profile kill, you know, he saw me. Or he kind of like detected me, even though he had like his back turned to me, everything. Wasn't even like very loud either, but high profile equals detection in a certain radius, I guess. So yeah, I really have to stop doing these high profile cover assassinations, I think, if there's people close by. It will always kind of like result in a guaranteed detection there.
Thank you, my friend. It makes a fine memento.
Jean-Henri Latour was thrown into prison by Louis XV's mistress, Madame de Pompadour, albeit for a good reason. Indeed, acting out of greed and ambition, he had invented a false conspiracy against her. He secretly sent her a vial of poison, followed by a letter warning her about the poison. Imprisoned in Vincennes, he escaped, was captured and locked up in the Bastille. He escaped again, using a makeshift rope ladder. Again captured and again sentenced to Vincennes, he escaped one last time. In 1787, he published his memoir in which he recounted his various escapes from prison, including that of 1755 when he broke out of La Bastille through the chimney using the aforementioned rope ladder. When the Bastille was taken, he recovered the letter and offered it with great pomp to the Hotel de Ville. During the revolution, he seized every opportunity to present himself as a tormented victim of tyranny. The historic rope ladder can be found today in the Carnavalet Museum in Paris. That's pretty cool, it's like actual based on history there. And that you can even like see the rope ladder nowadays in the museum. Critical Comedown. Stop the public censors from suppressing theatrical productions.
Pierre Beaumarchais, playwright, diplomat, and bon vivant. I'm told you can help me. The public censors are oppressing new plays, including one of mine. They've paid a critic to give it a bad review, and are planning to censor the production itself. Could you steal the review before it goes to press, and then, suppress the censors?
Pierre-Augustin Carreau de Beaumarchais. A French playwright and inventor best known for his 3 Figaro plays, he dabbled in everything: arms dealing, diplomatic negotiations, watchmaking, rebellion, the slave trade, literature. Early on, he even gave music lessons to the daughters of Louis XV. He covertly helped the American revolutionaries in their bid for independence, and his play, The Marriage of Figaro, helped foment popular discontent against the aristocracy in France. However, once the revolution began, he ran afoul of a revolutionary committee and landed in the Époque prison. He narrowly escaped the wave of killings of 1792, known as the September Massacres, having been released literally the night before they began. Damn. Now that's some luck there. One thing I gotta really remember as well is that every time you go into like crouch mode, the enemy positions are being displayed, like always. Whereas like in regular mode it isn't. I make my own luck. Yeah, that's this guy literally. Hey, wir haben eine Pursuit. Hey, where's the guy? I can't really steal from him right next to guards because they will not like that. But I can wait until he's like further away. Yes. Scathing review. See that this review is printed in your journal under your name, payment enclosed. Office of a Public Censor, Le Petit Arsenal Marriage of Figaro is royalist street. Some of our theatre artists absurdly believe that plays such as Monsieur Beaumarchand wrote during the Faux Monarchy are still to be enjoyed now that we have a republic. This play, The Marriage of Figaro, was thought to stand as an attack on the Aristos a decade ago, but its time has passed and it will soon be forgotten. Cannot our playsmiths concoct theatre in accordance with the new principles? Must you view this most musty dredge filled with the extravagant costumes of those that should lose their heads? No. I say enough.
Run out of fingers and toes.
Monsieur Beaumarchand should look at his own head, and anyone who attends this farce should look to theirs. Hey Vermola, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, dude. I guess you need more fingers and toes or something. Somebody get Mola a transplant or something. How's it going, Mola? Thank you for the 31 months of free subbing. I hope you're having a good start into a week so far. Okay, this is actually... Hold up. This is an item? Yeah, and we won't be reading all the items in this game, so don't have to do that. Ah, it's actually a new letter from
September.
Elise.
Oh no. What have you done? I know we didn't part on the best of terms, but to go running to the assassins? My father kept you away from them for a reason. Their creed is like wine, sweet enough at first blush, and in moderation it makes life seem more bearable. But drink too deeply, and you find naught but madness and anarchy. No doubt they've already filled your mind with tales of how dreadful we Templars are, that we would make slaves of humanity and place our boots on the world's neck. You knew my father, and you know me. I can only pray that is enough to give the lie to those tales. My order has turned against me, and I am hunted by those I once called friend. I could not bear it if you turned against me also. Think of me, and be well, Elise.
Yeah, I mean, she's making a good point, but then again, you know, there's reason to believe the Templars are like that, you know, like she has to deal with that herself. You know, she's being hunted by her own order, by the Templars. Because her father and her are basically too moderate, you know. Not true Templars according to some of them. Well, going good, my friend. How was your weekend? That's good to hear. And yeah, I had a pretty good weekend. Went to my mom's over weekend and celebrated both Mother's Day and her birthday with her. Also took the doggo with us so she could enjoy the huge garden and all the liberty. But yeah, she was also very much exhausted by the end of the weekend because of all the playing and being outdoors all the time and like, you know, lots of moving around and stuff. So I think it was the first time where I like really thought, okay, now she's actually exhausted, like even the day afterwards. Like even today still she's a bit exhausted. And tired. But yeah, was good for sure. Had a good time. How was your weekend, Mola?
Dear Arno, I confess I'm not entirely sure what to say here. It was good to see you again. Somehow rings hollow. An empty space unfit to contain the totality of my feelings. And yet I am pleased. Pleased that the assassins have not changed you completely. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You never were one to be easily awed. It seems we have both found ourselves at an impasse in the hunt for my father's killer. Perhaps together, we can accomplish what neither of us could alone. It's nice to think that after all this time, we're still better together than apart. Yours, Elise.
Belle, good garden run is great for a pup. Since you got your fence installed in your garden, your dogs have been getting in so much more exercise. Absolutely, you know. Like if I have kind of like energy to build off, you know, they can just do that without being like dependent on the human, you know. And that's of course different to like living in the city, which is the case for me because she can only get like outside when, you know, we go with her. But yeah, it's great to like be able to escape to the countryside on the weekends if we want to. And, you know, then we can kind of like give her all that freedom and stuff. But yeah, that's awesome and message. Glad to hear it for the doggos. Molly weekend went well, got out with the doggo, got the grass cut, visited with dad, talked with your mom for Mother's Day. It was a good one indeed. You need to go English gardens and get your plans started. Oh yeah, that sounds like a very good weekend for sure. Not too different from mine, overall. Except for the grass cutting, I didn't do that. And again, I don't have any garden, so... Not sure which grass I should cut over here. I guess I could have maybe done it at my parents', but that was already done when I arrived. But yeah, sounds like a good time, Mola. Okay, let's find the chief sensor.
Right decision, Gerrit.
Hey there, Goody, welcome in. Playing me the first almost 4 hours into the stream. Amazing. How's it going? How are you today? There's the guy we gotta kill. Okay, let's try something here. I'll throw a cherry bomb there. And we should be able to berserk our target here, hopefully.
Didn't just up and vanish now, did you? Where are you? Vanished the bloody mist to you. Damn, where did he come out against boom? He pissed off in a hurry.
That's good to hear, Goody. And yeah, I'm doing quite well, thank you for asking. Definitely been enjoying playing Unity again, but it's also been by far the toughest AC game to stealth so far. Which of course is ironic in a way, because it's the one focusing on stealth so much. I guess it's really because it's just focusing so much on all of the missions being stealthy in some ways. And also being tough, you know, for sure. Like, stealthing isn't like the easiest thing in this game, but it's also satisfying if you are. But yeah, already in the 4th session we are at like 22 detections or something. Yeah. Which is 20 less than my highest count in any game that I played so far this year. And we're not even halfway through at this point. Well, I guess story-wise we are, but side stuff-wise we aren't. But yeah, not gonna let that demotivate me though. Still having a good time with the game. But yeah, my rough estimate is probably like 60 by the end of this playthrough or something. Hoping I stay under that, but that's definitely likely to happen. Okay, let's actually do another Nostradamus Enigma, and I think after that we're gonna go and take a break. I should also go ahead and collect the chest soon, actually. I can do it afterwards, I guess. Or, hold on, I do have a viewpoint up here, right? Let's actually go back and collect the money. Then we go up for the Nostradamus Enigma.
Sleep well, sir.
Not a bad take.
Yes, Philistine, what is it?
Yeah, my dog is really tired. I was just looking over to her and she's like laying on her back, sleeping, which is very uncommon for her during this time of the day. Usually she would be like very active, kind of like demanding me to play with her, give her attention or something.
Whose side are you on there? What do you say? Who are you fighting? You need to calm down. I get it. You're right.
Terra. Etched in her gardens, a winged warrior stands, unmoving and unmoved, at the cross's very heart. So, we're talking about this statue over there, holding a spear, a winged warrior. Forevermore, the warrior fights her ceaseless battle. She takes aim, her steady spear poised against the demons. It's kind of like pointing towards church's rooftop there. Tower.
Troublemakers are. Gives you the right. Oh, well, that's it then. I'm through being nice. Oh, no, I don't know. You get hurt, understand me?
To be punished or to be bemused, the green heritage of Daedalus sees the lofty bishop looming over the resting rook. So the rook, of course, being a chess figure, talking about this thing there in the middle. There we go. That's another Enigma done. Very nice indeed. So let's actually have a look here at the progress tracker to see where we're up to. So we're currently at 35% total sync, with 45% of the single player main campaign done. Still got a decent bit of co-op and heist missions left. Yeah, we have done quite a few of the social club missions already and Paris stories. Actually, third through already. That's not too bad. We've got a decent bit done here at this point. Still got loads of murder mysteries. Already third through the Enigmas. Almost done with the cafe. And yeah, companion missions are also there, of course, which I'm gonna include this time because I like short stealth missions often. But yeah, not too bad overall. But it does take substantially more time, you know, getting this game done with the stealth challenge and all of the objectives for all missions, for sure. But yeah, this is gonna be where I will go ahead and take a break. And I think when I come back, I will focus a bit more on the side stuff. Kind of like get into the 40% range for most of the activities to kind of like match a single player progression here. So yeah, I'll be back in a few. And then we will continue with more of the side missions. Alright, welcome back to more of AC Unity with our Stove and All Mission Objective Challenge. Before we actually hop back into the game, there's still a bit of behind the scenes stuff that I would like to showcase before we move back to playing the game exclusively for the rest of the playthrough. And yeah, one of them is the Rob Zombie short animated one, which is like a 5-minute video we watched as like part of the trailers and promotion material for Unity. And yeah, it was a very unique kind of like take on the setting and kind of like having, you know, not like Ubisoft people necessarily do something for the game, but, you know, people from outside that are like into comics and all that. Then we got a short video about the motion capture and some of the parkour, very short. We got a behind the scenes short from Game On. Also something about the co-op behind the scenes. Then second last, we're gonna be watching the cast of the characters trailer. So the voice actors for the characters coming to talk about the characters and also showing them in real life. And last but not least, Behind Closed Doors, which is another short behind the scenes leading up to the release of Unity and the initial announcement too. And yeah, all of it amasses to not that long overall, definitely shorter than watching the IGN making of series. So we're just gonna watch it back to back, and then afterwards we're gonna hop back into Unity. So yeah, hope you enjoy this exclusive look behind the different Unity related medias.
Everything that comes up, I'm like, oh my god, how am I going to make this work? I'm in between making a movie and an album, and I'm on tour. Let's throw a video game in the mix. So when Assassin's Creed thing came up and it was all taking place during the French Revolution, I thought that was incredibly attractive because it is such a dark, weird time, yet so visually stunning that I thought, well, at first it seemed like an odd thing for a video game, but after getting deeper into it, I realized that it was perfect. Tony Moore will be, helping to imagine some of this, doing the storyboards and the layout art. I thought, well, he's fantastic, so that'll be a great combination.
I'm Tony Moore, comic book illustrator. Most people know my work from The Walking Dead. It's definitely an awesome opportunity to get to work with, guys like Rob and Justin on a project that's got the profile of Assassin's Creed. And, the story itself is really fun because there's no shortage of things to noodle on or, kind of sink your teeth into as far as the subject matter goes.
When Ubisoft first approached us about producing the project, they had a very specific outline of some key events that they wanted us to touch on that took place during the French Revolution. So we gave Rob a very specific sort of framework to work with him, but we gave him enough room that he could put his stamp on it and really, put some of his really brutal visualizations to the story.
I would look at the reality of what went on in the French Revolution, the way things were done, and I just thought, like, well, it's not like there's tons of film footage of all this going down, other things could have happened, and I would just look at each situation and kind of put my own twist on it and thought, well, that probably could have happened, and this could have happened, or this could have looked like that.
I had a lot of fun drawing, it's a simple frame, but King Louis XVI's severed head just laying on the ground, and you can see the kind of like ham steak of the neck. It was awesome because I could, lay it in and put all the details in there. And then when I hand it off to Justin, like, I don't have to worry that it's going to get misinterpreted because he's probably the one other person I could hand it to who also knows what the cross-section of a human neck looks like.
The way that Tony works, it's completely different than the way that I do my layouts. Doing all the detail shots where it's super close-ups of, like a knife in an eye or a severed head or just something spurting out of something. It's really fun. And watching what the post team is doing is really cool, where they're doing like the 3D mapping and changing the stuff that I see is kind of generally flat and turning it into a world.
What I love about Tony Moore's artwork is it's so expressive and intense, and he takes you into these situations that are so fun to animate because the characters almost will themselves to life. Kyle from New Science really wanted to see how far we could push the envelope. So we developed some new techniques to bringing the characters and environments to life in an organic way that was true to the original art.
Really what brought the whole story together was Fyodor, the actor who played the executioner. When we first heard his voice, we really knew that he was the executioner, like he was our guy. You know, he went into a studio in Paris and just delivered just the most incredible performance.
No longer would we be left to die. We formed a National Assembly for the Third Estate. Our first step in the fight for independence.
The sound for this story required it to carry a good amount of the storytelling. We accomplished that by using a lot of modern sound design with really dark musical cues to try to transport the viewer to this dark place and period of history.
I think that's probably quintessentially Rob is you know, that juxtaposition of sexiness and just gross. And it's what makes his stuff all work. I think it's probably what's made it work, you know, in his music videos since the beginning, and now his movies and stuff too.
I got aware of the materials and looked at it. I got, you know, interested and inspired and wanted to be part of it. And once my brain clicks in to be part of something, then I kind of have to do it.
You know, it's just outside of the realm of what I usually do, like just enough that it's challenging, which keeps it engaging. And in that aspect, it's been a load of fun and probably one of the coolest games I've ever gotten to work on.
Make history. Assassin's Creed Unity. Pre-order now for 2 bonus offers. The Guillotine Spin to Win game. Get a chance to win prizes every Friday. And the explosive Chemical Revolution mission. Pre-order now. Available October 28th.
Assassin's Creed Unity is coming, and what better way to celebrate the newest addition to the AC franchise than to get behind the scenes and see what's really going on. And it's a lot more than you'd think. Ubisoft is all about collaborating across their multiple studios, and this time round, Montreal and Toronto are the home of Unity's creation. The newest Assassin's Creed is set in Paris during the French Revolution. France's capital city is a place of incredible beauty, so what have the Ubisoft team done in order to recreate the buildings of the time?
When we started doing our first prototypes and the research, we found out that we needed a tool that will help us to create more architectural elements more efficiently. So we created what we call a pari-pâté, which is a tool that help you generate streets, generate house blocks from houses, from a set of houses you've already built. So this helped us a lot to create the basic horizontal layer of the city. From that, we take it and add some chaos and some life into it.
The new light and dark contrast and seamless interiors are taking ACU to the next level. But we've heard about that. What we should take a look at is something you wouldn't really think about. The process that makes Andy Serkis into Gollum, motion capture.
So the process basically works for like a movie. We cast the actors come in, and then they get all suited up with the markers and stuff. And same goes for the facial. So everything is recorded all at once. The facial expression along with the voice and the body movement, so we can create a fully holistic experience where everything is integrated and immersive.
After being strapped up with all the correct equipment, the actors perform the cutscenes in full with props. Check this guy's pirate hat out. Not only do they perform the cutscenes entirely, there's all sorts of structuring and positioning which is then put back together to build the scene for the game.
Girondists believe it is not the role of this body to condemn men to death.
And then we wanted to get into the gritty stuff with Alex Amancio, the creative director on ACU.
Paris is certainly the largest city we've ever created. If you take all of the black flag, all of the landmass in black flag and pump it together, it's smaller than Paris. And not only is Paris large, but there's a lot of different, you can actually enter one building on every floor. You can enter most major monuments. There's undergrounds, there's like sewers, catacombs. So the idea of creating a large, densely populated urban area filled with different opportunities was our ambition.
Feel like you know more about ACU now? You should. To get your hands on the finished product, Assassin's Creed Unity comes out October 28th exclusively to Next Gen.
Hello, my name's Terry Minot from the Channel 4 show The Mimic.
Here we go, this is take one.
I'm in the studio today recording some voices for Assassin's Creed Unity playthrough video.
Our planet is the only planet in the solar system that plays video games. Well, what we know of. This is Assassin's Creed Unity.
Normally it's done in a sort of sterile type way.
Boom, ooh, slang. Ah.
So today we thought we'd add some funny voices and just really play around with it.
Beryl, are you downloading anything? I'm playing with Dave.
My 4-player co-op ultimate team would be Alan Carr.
Ooh, let's go co-op.
After today, it would be Arnold Schwarzenegger. Stun grenades, knives, guns. Because I just think he would be funny. I'd put Obama in there.
You have the right to play again, and you have the right to succeed at the mission.
Just to give us the gravitas. And I think I'd have Michael Caine in there.
OJ, you've lost again, Batman. You've died. Never mind, you'll have another go. No. No. You are not the one. Is, Gandalf there? I'm Magneto. I can kill everybody with my magnetoisms. Okay, Jesse, let's cook.
No, Mr. White, I do not have a plan.
When I'm out and about in the street, the voice I get asked to do the most is Morgan Freeman.
Oh, God. Yeah, Mr. White.
Everybody loves the sound of his own voice.
Yes,
There's something about it, whether he's playing God.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype behind this game, and quite rightly so. I enjoy playing, and I enjoy distributing pain on a wide scale.
Or doing one of his Shawshank Redemption type things. People just love that voice.
David, you squeeze the fun clean out of everything.
The biggest reason I would kick someone off my team is if they were just doing that stupid thing where they were just attacking us all the time. It just drives me crazy when you get some 12-year-old who's just hell-bent on ruining everything.
Stop whining. I'm not whining. Stop whining. I'm not whining. You're always whining. I'm not whining. I'm online. Amber.
Peggy 18.
My name is Dan Janot, and I play Arno Dorian in Assassin's Creed Unity. Arno Victor Dorian. At the beginning of the game, he's just this kind of young punk. To your health, gentlemen. You, boy, stop! But then, through his association with the Brotherhood, he becomes part of a much larger fight, the French Revolution, the fight for the people to overthrow their oppressive government. And then he slowly starts to realize that there's much more at stake than his own personal goals. The only person that he really has a relationship with is Elise. Arno and Elise grow up together, and they're always quite close. They're sort of young troublemakers together.
What should we do now? Shh. Listen. Don't worry, they'll never think to look for us in here.
My name is Catherine Bérubé, and I play Elise de la Serre. At the beginning of the game, you see her very light, very playful, a little reckless, adventurous, running around.
And then as that gets older, their relationship, their intimacy develops into something much deeper, into something romantic.
You seem to have caused quite a commotion.
Well, what can I say? You were always a bad influence.
Oh, she's willing to do pretty much anything to avenge her father's death. She's got a quest in mind, and she's not willing to diverge from it at any cost.
My name is Alex Ivanovich, and I play Donatien Alphonse François, Marquis de Sade. He's a libertine, eh? He's a champion for freedom and not being hindered by morality.
I think Arno thinks of the Marquis as a kind of unpredictable ally, but he quickly realizes that the Marquis, although he seems a bit mad on the outside, is actually quite savvy. He knows what's going on.
Let's go. My name is Brent Skagford, and I play a lesser-known historical figure of the time, a dude named Napoleon Bonaparte. I love the way that the writers of ACU have created the character through the dialogue. He's very intelligent, and he uses that command of the language to influence people and to get what he wants. And that was a lot of fun for me to play as an actor.
Napoleon's probably one of the few people that Arno feels, this guy knows what's going on. He's clearly a smart guy, a strong leader, a great tactician.
My name is Bruce Dinsmore, and I play Maximilien Robespierre. He's a bit of a pedant, he's a bit of a show-off, a bit pretentious.
Arno is aware of what Robespierre is capable of, and he's a madman, as far as Arno can tell. This guy is nuts, and he's leading France into ruin.
I don't think he was drunk on power, but he was drunk on something.
Thank God you made it, sir. The Commune stands with you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your loyalty does you credit.
I've brought my own thing to the table, and hopefully I haven't disappointed the fans, because if I have, they're going to kill me.
Assassin's Creed is one of the most acclaimed and successful franchises in the video game industry. Come with me as we go behind closed doors to see what it's like to bring Ubisoft's biggest brand to the biggest stage in gaming. What would you say to people who are looking at Assassin's Creed a bit from the outside and thinking, maybe I should jump in, but maybe I've missed too much?
Everything that happened before in the brand happened, and we're assuming that, right? But it's a new start, it's a new narrative start, and that is symbolized by a completely new context for the present day. Now, you've seen a little bit of an evolution with Black Flag. We're not going to do the same thing. This is what we're doing with Unity is really the beginning for this new cycle of Assassin's Creed games. Because it's new, we can actually explain it properly because nobody's going to feel like it's redundant, right? So I would say that Assassin's Creed Unity is probably the best entry point for the franchise since AC1.
So now we're May 1st, 2014. I guess that puts us 5 weeks, give or take, from E3.
Yep.
So looking forward, what's at the top of your to-do list?
We have two things to do right now: is to finish the game, and also try to work on marketing assets and try to start promoting the game and stuff. So our main priority right now is the E3 demo. We actually have two in production right now. So the good news is that most of the things that we're doing for these demos are also things that we need to do for the game, just to polish stuff and have all the cool features ready.
There's a bit of a stress involved, to be honest, but I mean, we have such great material. We have such a great game that's coming out, and I feel really proud actually being able to show this. It's obviously the challenge for me personally is to make sure that it shows as well as it is. I mean, it's really we have great material. We have great stuff, and I just hope that I'll be able to do it justice.
As you know, the lead studio in Assassin's Creed Unity is Montreal. However, for a next-gen game of this size, Montreal is relying on the help of several other Ubisoft studios. We're here in Toronto to check out the cinematics, the co-op, and some of the demos that you're going to be seeing at E3. So let's go have a look and see how things are shaping up about 6 weeks before the big show.
So we're bringing a very exciting co-op demo to show everyone not only the new skills and things that they're going to be able to do with their friends, but show the immersive world of Paris and show how well it's going to look and what they can be excited to when the game ships.
When you're doing cinematics for co-op, you're working, just by its very nature, you're working with a distracted audience because there's banter back and forth between the players. And everyone's there for a reason. They want to get in and play a mission. So they don't want to sit around and sort of cut through tons of exposition. So the challenge for us was to deliver a lot of context and a lot of story in a 1 minute period.
What's the top of your to-do list for the next month?
E3. Yeah, it was a great chance for my team to sort of come together and push on something that could be taken to final quality and have a big impact in terms of strengthening E3 and stuff like that. So we're super excited. It's been a huge opportunity and a big learning opportunity for us as well because we're a relatively new team. We only started working on Assassins about a year ago.
Okay, so currently we're actually in the Montreal studio.
We are, yeah.
Can you tell me what we're doing here?
Well, I got a call on Friday afternoon basically saying that we had to do I wouldn't call it an emergency, but we had to have an immediate review on E3. For sure, it's amazing to secure the Microsoft stage, but if we want the co-op demo on the stage, it means we have to trim 2.5 minutes off our current version. So that's actually a big reason why I'm here today as well, is to figure out how do we cut 2.5 minutes out of our demo to fit into their 5-minute window. It's been going well, but of course it's always, the last few weeks you're looking at all the little opportunities to polish and get those wow moments. We really want to go into E3 and have the demo of the show. So it's exciting but stressful at the same time.
Well, it's a few minutes before the show starts, and it's the calm before the storm. I think everybody's in Zen mode.
Good afternoon. It is the dawn of the 19th century, and Paris is at its darkest hour. Come see us at the booth for a lot more, and have a great E3.
Good job.
Alright, and with that we are back with AC Unity and the Stove Challenge. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, you know, with the last video. How you can really see how excited, of course, they are, but at the same time, you know, how stressful that time really was, you know, like the final year for the release. Because they had to, like, fit, of course, to the release window. You know, they didn't decide that themselves. To kind of, like, the amount of minutes they have, like, at the E3, at, like, it's like a time window and stuff. And, yeah, they clearly didn't have enough time, you know, for everything. Because essentially for E3 they had to put things in there they still planned on executing for the actual game, like making it work. But some of them are more like ideas, you know, like for example that you see the civilians running and storming the place that you're attacking in the demo isn't something that actually is ending up in the game because they couldn't optimize it good enough to release it as like a gameplay mechanic. And that really added to the audience kind of like getting a bit of a false picture, at least to some degree, of the game. And that's part of the reason why it was received so negatively, I guess, because they really had to kind of like invent some stuff, you know, that wasn't really in the game yet. You can see on their faces they knew the game was gonna go boom, they weren't gonna make it. Yeah, we definitely knew that it's just too much for the short time. Really damaged the brand and changed the series. It did, you know. Just because there were kind of like these expectations that they gotta release a game at that point, you know. They would have given it even like half a year more, you know, like a quarter year would have been enough to at least bring it to a state that it is now. Because it's when the last patch released, I think, like after 3 to 4 months. You know, it would have been definitely satisfying and wouldn't have received quite the criticism, I don't think. But yeah, it's definitely part of the reason why they haven't made a game like this since Unity, really. Even Syndicate, I think, felt quite different. And Mirage supposedly is gonna be closer to what Unity was, I guess, in its idea, but it's left to be seen, I guess. What really damaged the series was the obsession with a new release every year. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it, right? But Unity had to be released in like late October, early November. To kind of like meet that yearly release window, right? Because if they would have waited 3 to 4 months, then it would have been like almost 1.5 years since the last release. And the Ubisoft leadership didn't want that, of course. They need those, or needed those yearly release cycles.
J'imagine que c'est dangereux. Charge pas les autres.
L'odeur des rues doit être moins forte.
Un autre client bientôt satisfait.
Il n'est pas dit qu'une femme mettra la main.
Attention, là, c'est tout fait en
Agile, mais probablement simple d'esprit.
Allez, une dernière tournée. Mais d'abord.
A dramatic exit. Assassinate an unscrupulous noble in a theatrical way. The unscrupulous Duc de Barrois uses his influence to have his rivals executed. He then takes possession of their properties. He's celebrating his success by hosting a theatrical performance at the Hotel de Sully. Disrupt the performance and make a dramatic example of the Duke.
between the both.
La volonté.
I knew it! Stop there, citizen!
The amount of parkour bugs right now is kind of funny.
I invite you all to partake of this delicious bout. First, there was my unfortunate neighbor Templars, executed for conspiracy. Then, Monsieur Blouche, just to the east, was found to harbor anti-revolutionary thoughts. Officially, their lands belong to the revolution committee. But I was somehow lucky enough to be named administrator. They won't come after us, my dear. I've got a pretty penny to curry favour with Don.
I've curried favour with that delightful rogue myself. Is that costume the best you could manage? Well done. Very believable.
Alright, that works. I don't look like he was on treadmill there with that parkour bug. That's true, yeah. It was like doing the hardcore training session. Interval training with parkour. It's a thing. But yeah, that works. You don't actually have to add a detection there because as part of a challenge, of course, I can be detected after successful main target assassination. And that guy was my main target. So being safely up until assassinating him, I can be detected immediately as long as I run away. So yeah. That's to ensure that in some scenarios, you know, where a target is like covered by lots of guards, I don't have to actually stealth all of them. Because it would feel a bit unnatural that the target also wouldn't notice, I guess. It's also to go in line with the whole like concept of, you know, striking in broad daylight. But yeah, if we have like a single target, then I can do like that. So, what shall we do next? We can do another Enigma. 11-10 approach, you see. Pretty much, yeah. Except that I don't let myself get killed. So I'm gonna try to get away. Scorpio. At the foot of the Saint Twin Brothers, the Tree of Justice plunges its ancient roots, scarred by heavenly wrath. Okay, the Twin Brothers. I'm gonna go have a look around here. Maybe we can even find the tree by having a look from up here. Oh yeah, I guess it should be this one over here. Quite close indeed. Sanctuary of Bishops by birth, stronghold of knowledge for life. The stony edifice fools the senses by its name. Here, stronghold of Bishops by birth. I think they're talking about the Hotel de Ville, maybe? Nah, that's not it. Are we talking about this building here? I haven't really unlocked what it is, but might be worth checking out. Ah, yeah, this might be it. The Hotel de Saint. Imagine the Archbishop of Saint. And then later the art gallery. So yeah, should be this one. Mirage better have something like this. Oh yeah? Did you like them, Elan? I do quite enjoy the Nostradamus Enigmas actually, but I feel like I'm in the minority there.
Ma parole, j'aurais pu.
Belle, you enjoy reading guides to help you solve the enigmas? That's fair too, I guess. I did as well the first time I did these because I didn't really like them too much when I first tried the enigmas. Definitely resorted to a guide there. But yeah, since then, same as Eli, I've really enjoyed using the database to kind of like solve them and learn more about certain places. But yeah, it took me a while to kind of like warm up to these redoubts. The square with shifting name replaced the field where Sovereign was felled from horse. Now archers enclose trees where a bronze horseman waits. I think they're talking about the Place des Vosges. Yeah, because we have a rider. But if you can do history and have a good understanding of a city and map layout, it's a great challenge. Yeah, definitely. It becomes more fun, I think, the more you learn about Paris's layout and some of the places and stuff. Because it also substantially reduces the frustration that you get from not finding it. Alright, that works. And then if you go visit Paris, most of the places are still there, so it's even better. Yeah, that's what I hope to do someday with a lot of the Assassin's Creed locations, to actually visit them properly. I would love to visit like London and then you know, being like, oh yeah, I know exactly where to go now to get to like Buckingham Palace or something.
Piss off!
And I guess it would be the same for me with like, you know, finding Notre Dame and like where everything in the city center is located and stuff. Just from like playing the game. I'd also love, of course, to visit Italy and like Florence, Rome. It'd be so cool to see all of those buildings in person. I'd love to go someday on like a Revolutions tour. That'd be really cool, yeah. I wouldn't mind that either. We should just start a travel agent and offer these kind of trips to the Assassin's Creed audience. Got a co-op mission here. Also another Enigma. Aquarius. Yeah, it's pretty close for sure. I mean, it would probably be like, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 hours with car or train, I guess. But definitely doable within a day. The poor fellow soldiers of Christ atop their stone dungeon marked their allegiance in Jerusalem's direction. So that's a direct reference here to the Templar Order, because the poor fellow soldiers of Christ or of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem are just like other names for the Templars that they used. And even in Valhalla we have Alfred the Great referred to himself as a poor fellow soldier of Christ because he's one of the first would-be Templars, so to say. So part of the reason we also changed their name was to kind of like give it another form with like how it's pronounced, I guess, but the idea is still the same between them. And we're of course looking for this building here, which is a temple and the major Templar base in Unity. The source of life, the full moon-shaped basin, quenches the thirst of Solomon's defenders. So it should be like a... I think this thing over there? Yeah, that's it. You can already hear the shimmering sound. In the entrails of the earth between the twin flames lies the final resting place of the first Grand Master. So for this one we have to go underground and find, I guess, one of the burial places. One of the many underneath the temple.
What the hell? How are you? Odd. What was that? Not dreaming. That's odd. Try to ditch me, corpse! I see you. We got company. Sound the alarm. Too bloody slow.
Got an underground entrance over here. Not quite sure if that's what I'm looking for though, to be honest. Let's have a look at the other one. Hey there, Gamer Loop, welcome in. It's going very good, thank you. How are you doing today? Yeah, that's the entrance we're looking for. Okay, we can already hear the sound of the Enigma. Bird dinosaur. Yeah, that's some kind of thing you wanna find. You're doing really good, Loop. Playing Dying Light for the first time. Very nice. That's a game I really wanna play too at some point. With its focus on parkour and stuff. Are you liking it so far? Scene Stealer. Steal pillow talk secrets from a famous actress.
Mademoiselle Montansier oversees several actresses who have intimate liaison with important people. Any secrets their lovers tell them are sent to Montansier. Those secrets could help move the revolution in a more fruitful direction. Mademoiselle is hosting a party at her home just north of the temple. It would be the perfect opportunity to steal them.
It's really good, to be honest. The visuals of parkour is just amazing. Oh yeah, that's awesome to hear. It looks really cool from what I've seen so far. Do we only have like ground entrance? I think so.
Get over here! I'll gut you along with the other sodding traitors!
Are you an actress as well?
I'm sorry. What position do you hold?
Oh, I've just assumed a seat on the Committee of Public Safety.
Why, yes, I am an actress. Perhaps you care to arrange for a private performance?
Il y a un gentilhomme qui te regarde. Vraiment?
Christ! Who's taking us down?
Loop said you have to play Dying Light in 720p low 30 locked. So we'll have to see me streaming it on the high settings. I'm not sure if I could play it on the high settings, but certainly on really decent settings, at least in 1080p. And yeah, I definitely do plan on streaming it eventually. Anything that has like a parkour focus on it is like automatically interesting to me, to be honest. Whistling is forbidden in Paris, you have to go to the guillotine for it. Yeah, you just don't do that in revolutionary Paris. No whistling. If you want a whistling, you would buy a bird. Which reminds me of AC Odyssey when you whistle and the guards are like, must be a bird or something. Hey Rains, welcome in. You finished the Dead King DLC yesterday? Oh yeah. How did you like the DLC? Yeah, fair enough, Gamer Loop. That would definitely be the case, at least, you know. Oh, beautiful, Arno. You look fabulous.
The diary of Mademoiselle Montansier. It will prove excellent entertainment, I'm certain.
Mademoiselle Montansier. Born in Bayonne, this actress and theatre director never failed to come out on top. That's what she said. Sorry, I've never quite got the hang of that. After starting out in an acting troupe, she worked her way into high society to become the director of a theatre in Versailles. With the revolution, she set herself up in Paris, which at the time was home to 237 theatres that continued to thrive even during the Terra. Known as the Rabot du Palais Royal, the trollop of the Palais Royal, she set up 2 theatres that played to 4 houses. Her financial success inevitably aroused envy, and she was later accused of espionage and receiving funds from the English. Imprisoned on November 14th, 1793, she was declared innocent and released after serving 10 months. Following the death of Robespierre, who hated this kind of woman, she resumed her career and conquered the hearts of her many admirers once more. She was 90 when the final curtain fell. Quite the lady. It was good you wish the end was a bit more difficult. That's fair. Yeah, definitely. I mean, at some point you're just getting so powerful. Especially if you're also getting the ego of Sujet. The unique sword of Eden in the DLC. And it becomes just like next level easy. Yeah, loop. Arno can really pull that off, apparently. But the next time we play co-op, do I want to collect all of the ability points? Generally speaking, yeah. I want to collect at least most of the ability points. I don't need all of them in this playthrough, because I'm just focusing on getting all of the stealth abilities collected. So technically there's quite a few I can miss out on. But I still want to collect most of them. If I don't take like ages to get to. Reigns, you got your friend to buy Unity, and the first thing he did in multiplayer was to go to lockpick chests, and he said, yeah, like, I'm supposed to be able to do that. He had no lockpick skills at this point. That's fair, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess kind of like have to understand the progression system first a little bit before you really realize like what you're capable of and when. But at the same time, I can also understand the frustration when the game is kind of like locking you out of doing something. Sounds like a plan, Reigns. Yeah, that DLC can definitely 100% quite fast in comparison. How much content you have in the main game, for sure. Murder mystery. I do want to do one of those here soon. We haven't done one today yet. Barber of Seville. Sophie acting troop murders. Body of a man around 40 years old lying on the ground with a slashed throat. Has a calling card in one of his pockets. The incomparable Barteau. Lead actor, theatre troupe of Amiens. A handbow. So for this mission I'm actually gonna disable the updates so we don't get annoyed too much by them. Because I always kind of like lay over these hints that you're, or clues that you're finding. Bloody handbow advertising a production of a Barber of Seville at 14 Rue de Belle.
Barteau the actor. I rent him a room upstairs for his discreet encounters. This evening, he arrived with a bouquet and said a young lady would soon follow. I went out back briefly. When I returned, I found these flowers scattered in a trail out into the street. Then a man dressed in shabby black robes, you know, like a poor student, came running down the stairs and out the door. Very odd. Nothing bad has happened, I hope.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. So he got killed here and then dragged over to where we found him. Let's have a look upstairs then. A bloody razor. The body of a man slumped in a chair with his throat slashed, has a calling card in his pocket. Laurent Doré, second lead, theatre troupe of Amiens. So Barteau and Lauré are dead. A crumpled note. What am I to do? Laurent struck me again and again until I confessed about Barteau. Now he's gone to the loft nest in the cafe to surprise him. He has taken the razor. I fear we're worse. Interesting. So apparently Laurent came with a razor then. According to this note at least, if it hasn't been faked. Theatre poster. The Barber of Seville, a stylish production. The theatre troupe of Amiens, nightly at 14 Rue de Belle. Yeah, the murder mysteries are great. I do quite like the change of pace of them. Instead of like performing murder, solving murder. It's different. costume rack. A pile of costumes for the Barber of Seville. There's a list of the costumes needed. The post-student costume is missing.
One more time through, please.
Figaro, who was it you were speaking so intently with just there?
A young student who shows much promise. He is very talented and witty. He speaks with refinement and, well, as you have seen, he has a very pleasing...
Very pleasing, I assure you. Very pleasing.
He has one great failing which I fear will impede his advancement.
A failing, did you say, Figaro? What failing could such a one have?
He is in love.
Good. Stop there. Where are other actors?
My name is Pascal. I generally play second lead, although frankly I'm the superior actor. Barto's the leader of the troupe, so he casts himself as first lead. First lead. He can barely remember his lines. Likes to mix it up with the actresses as well. Unprofessional. He's not well liked. Laurent, in point of fact, hates him. Laurent's a bit of a turd himself.
Wow, sounds like a theater troupe. They all love each other. No drama whatsoever. On stage and off. Let's talk to the actors up here.
I'm Rose. I've been acting with the troupe for some time. I'm married to Laurent. I'm worried about him. Neither he nor our lead actor have shown up today. But if he does arrive, don't let him see you talking to me. He's very, very jealous.
And very, very dead.
I am the actor Ficaron, loved by all from Marseille to Ghent. We have a tight-knit theatre troupe here. We all get along very nicely, although, well, Pascal can be difficult and argues endlessly with Barteau. But nothing serious. What do you ask?
Mm-hmm. Not suspicious at all. An anonymous note found at Rose's trailer. Don't worry, Rose. Both of your problems will be taken care of.
Un peu de patience, l'ami. Si tu pars maintenant, tu ne seras point payé. Y as-tu pensé?
On the Woo note, found at Rose's trailer. Rose, my delectable pastry. Meet me tonight at our usual place. Please, no protestation this time. Remember, I can give you all the leading roads, or if you're not accommodating, no roads at all. Your passionate lover, Barteau. The prop table. The table is covered with props. There's a list of all props needed for the play. The barber's razor is missing. Fireside. Next to Ficaron's trailer, a smoldering fireside. Among the ashes there's some burned clothing. The original color appears to be black. So yeah, it seems like Ficaron has used the poor student to kind of like lay the blame on the poor student actor. And then, you know, he both solved Rose's problem, and then at the same time he got cast as the first role. Now. So there must be Ficaron, I guess. Guy up here.
I am the actor Ficaron, loved by all from Marseille to Ghent. We have a tight-knit theatre troupe here. We all get along very nicely, although, well, Pascal can be difficult and argues endlessly with Barteau. But nothing serious. What do you ask? You are a clever man. It was my finest role. I waited until Laurent killed Barteau. Then I killed Laurent. Any man who has a sister would do the same.
Of course. It's like your duty as a brother, apparently. To kill people.
So delightful to see the man who put me here, where I have no audience.
Actors. I'd give them all the chop if I had my druthers. See what you like.
Damn, 50. I'm rich. We also got the Beck sword. An unusual sword used by Swedish soldiers during the war against Russia. Quite rusty, but I do like the design of it regardless. It's very minimalistic, I guess you could say.
Nothing, eh? That's what I expected.
Messy one north of the St. Marcel near the river. I'd bring some gloves. Easy one. Brutal, brutal murder. Just head down towards Notre Dame, you'll find it. Messy one north of the St. Marcel near the river. I'd bring some gloves. Get over to Palais de Tuileries. Some guy locked himself in his office. Boatman I know says maybe you should look along the shore. Try across the river, this side of Pont Neuf. Messy one north of the St. Marcel near the river. I'd bring some gloves. Body's been found in the catacombs. Careful, it's easy to get lost down there. I'd give you a map to find your way, but no such thing exists. A professor has been found dead at a school just north of Luxembourg Gardens. Could be an experiment gone wrong, or a convenient opportunity for death. A professor has been found dead at a school just north of
the same.
Luxembourg Gardens.
It's kind of funny because the hints he gives you for like future murder mysteries you still can solve. It's kind of like randomized.
A woman's been found poisoned in an alley near the riverbank in Invalides. Yeah, good luck with that one. It's dangerous to be a politician these days. You might want to take a walk up past the Louvre. Maybe around the post office. A professor has been found dead at a school just north of Luxembourg
Nothing,
Gardens.
eh? That's what I
experiment
expected.
gone wrong, or a convenient opportunity for death.
It still keeps on talking. Amazing. Okay, I do want to go ahead and change my look a little bit here. Let's go ahead and change the color first. Full-on green color there. It doesn't look too bad on this outfit actually. Even though I'm not a huge fan of like these mono colors, I guess, but it looks alright actually. Let's have a look at the legs though. I mean, the brigand breeches would kind of like fit with the brigand coat in a way. So maybe them. Yeah, let's go for the improved brigand breeches here. And let's also change our weapon to something heavy here. Let's go ahead and buy the Great Claymore. A heavy sword with devastating striking power.
Hey! That's not yours! Someone stop him! He's a thief! He stole that from me! Sure, Arno.
Quel malappris!
Arno, I need your help once more.
Waxworks. Assassin the Sansalot leader, Jean Lassalle, was stalking Madame Tussaud.
The man who denounced me is furious that I've escaped the guillotine. He sent men to my shop to apprehend me. I dare not return there. Could you please go to my shop and make sure my assistants are safe? And please, please remove that horrid man.
How does one become a mocap NPC actor? I guess that wouldn't be too different from being a regular mocap actor, to be honest, because often we professionals are still ending up doing like simple animations too.
Pals around with the aristos, then makes their death masks.
Somebody's gonna have to make hers. When's she coming back? Come on, speak!
She should have been back hours ago. Let us go, we don't know anything.
Sure, so you can warn her? Not likely.
Kind of funny how loud that is, actually. Letter from Lassalle to his men. You escape prison, but you cannot escape me. You flaunt your ties to the aristos and revel in your fancy gowns and refined airs. But I will never forget how you spurned me all those years ago. Yeah, it would be quite fun, you know, getting to do stuff like that. Also, like NPC voice acting would be quite fun, I think. Or like random sound effects. I'm poor and sick and hungry. Yeah, imagine doing that one. Fuck. Didn't see me, yet he's running away. Oh. I can get you like this. Okay, that's a force detection right there. I'm gonna count it. It was just like running away if we get close enough, I guess. There was like no full detection happening, you know. So yeah. Wouldn't be adding one to the counter there for that AI behavior. We could actually do more of these Helix rifts. Because it's still Assassin Intel we can collect. for example, the data harvest. There's still 2 more.
The more data you can collect, the better your reward. But the assassin is more important. Keep up the good work. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. This one's encrypted. Wait. That data node is starting to desync. You better collect it before it loses all value. Wait, this data is encrypted. I think this data could really help us. This will come in handy. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. Okay, we have our agent's location. This should come in useful. I think this data could really help us. There, you have to save him. You don't have much time left. You've done it. Good. Keep up the good work. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. The data is missing. You need to collect it or it'll be gone for good. Let's hope that contains something valuable. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The simulation is breaking up. Performed a great service for the Brotherhood, but others still need your help.
Okay, drifts with a passion, everything about them feels out of place. That's fair, I guess, Harbinger.
We're counting on you to save our operation.
Kinda is like out of place, right? Since you're getting thrown out of your current time period and everything. Escape the Abstergo kind of like scans and stuff. I can definitely understand if you don't enjoy them too much, because they're definitely often niche within the game, I guess.
You need to gather that.
Oh, I kind of forgot to enable the updates again here. Because you do want to unlock the Assassin Intel, which are kind of like modern day documents. Yeah, that's a new one. Hey, the Headpicks, thank you for a look. It definitely does so far. Hope you have a good one, and yeah, thanks for being here. So this is about the Helix Team Virtual Entertainment Exposition. Kinda like the E3 for Ubisoft, I guess, in Los Angeles in June. Yeah, this is pretty much a reference to the E3, you know. I've got like key messages I want to kind of like send out there. One of them being, Helix is not a virtual reality, it is a virtual experience of actual history. History is your playground, which is another phrase used by Ubisoft for Assassin's Creed. Helix is built on Animus technology, Abstergo's proprietary genetic memory extraction hardware. Helix is safe and comfortable. Abstergo has been developing Animus tech for 4 decades. Animus technology is proprietary. There are currently no plans to outsource or license this technology to other companies. Worldwide simultaneous release for 2014. Do's and don'ts. Do use words and phrases like innovative, immersive, total immersion, virtual experience, true history, and the final frontier of pure entertainment. Elaborate on your flagship virtual experience. The Tragedy of Jacques de Molay, 40th Century France, Last of the Knights Templar, action, suspense, and adventure. These are forthcoming features without naming names, something like our forthcoming virtual experience will explore all sides of history, good and evil, and all the shades in between. Spark imaginations by asking journalists what time period they would like to visit. Ask them if they have any famous place, any famous people in their ancestral line. Emphasize safety. Safety is our priority. If this technology wasn't 100% stable, we wouldn't release it. Expound on the core virtues of Helix: history, truth, immersion, and fun. Talk up the Helix core team, inspired, hardworking, experienced, 343 collective years of industry experience. Talk up Abstergo Entertainment, the best and the brightest, a studio full of talent, the most talented and creative minds on earth. Don'ts. Do not dignify any rumors about the disappearance of past Abstergo employees with any kind of response. These rumors are scurrilous attempts to tarnish our company's reputation and should be brushed off with a simple, don't respond to false accusations and crackpot theories. Do not mention data tracking, cortex monitoring, fMRI, Omega technology, hippocampal shock, occipital ghosting, brain death, server bridges, rogue programs, or erudito. These are industry terms that will only raise false alarms in the minds of muckraking entertainment bloggers from San Francisco. The last thing we need is a 60-point hyperventilating headline on the front page of some squawking tech blog proclaiming Abstergo Entertainment is trying to kill you. Do not answer questions about Abstergo Industries or its subsidiaries, other than Abstergo Entertainment. Deflect questions of this nature with a simple, I'm here to talk about Helix as an employee of Abstergo Entertainment, or just as simple, it's not my area of expertise, no comment. It's kind of funny because the mentioning of San Francisco might be a reference and foreshadowing to Watch Dogs 2. You know, and kind of like them trying to expose Abstergo Entertainment. Which of course is another Montreal production that was already in development when Unity launched. So yeah, very likely that it's meant like as a reference to that game. Do not go into the specifics about the nature of genetic memory. It's simple, each man and woman on Earth carries around some portion of the collective memories and experiences of our ancestors. Abstergo's various technological breakthroughs in the past few decades have led us to a point where we are able to extract, organize, and replay these memories for the public will suffice. Never speak badly of past projects, spin negatives into positives. E.g., if they say the film Devils of the Caribbean was a frightful mess of cliches, dime store moralizing, and pandering stereotypes, who thought this bucket of bilge water was a good idea? You say certainly we realized very early in the production that Devils of the Caribbean would not be the ideal experience for everyone. For those who want a fun, exciting, and light-hearted look at the golden age of piracy, the ship has come to port. Do not confirm cooperative virtual experiences. You may say this is technology we have definitely considered and are looking into as we speak. We will be unveiling this feature at a later date. Which is funny because it's another big fourth wall break here, of course, with a Corp too, because it's something that you can only do if the assassins have hacked into your Helix system, and they then unlock the feature for you to use a Brotherhood. But always a Brotherhood of Assassins, you know? And kind of like something put into the Helix from the assassins. And yeah, then Devils of the Caribbean, of course, a reference there to Black Flag and the movie that they wanted to make out of Edward's memories, because what we have seen in Black Flag was a raw version of his memories, and Époque then has made out of those memories kind of like a cut down, censored version with different voice actors and more like cliches and stereotypes present. And apparently it completely tanked, like nobody loved it, which I think is very much deserved.
Data before it loses all integrity. Quick! This will come in handy. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. Hold on. Decrypting. Excellent. This could hold some major Abstergo secrets. This should come in useful. Assassin position triangulated. Hold on. Decrypting. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. Hold some major Abstergo secrets. We don't have much time left. We're losing that data. Try to reach it before it's gone completely. You found him. The agent has been recovered. Nicely done. We need all the data we can find. I think this data could really help us. Ten seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The simulation is breaking up. Performed a great service for the Brotherhood, but others still need your help.
Right. It unlocks all of the assassin intel inside the Tornado Data Helix Rift. Character Witness Testimonial. Melanie LeMay, Chief Creative Officer, Abstergo Entertainment, 50th of March, 2014. To whom it may concern. In furtherance of the ongoing investigation of the late John Standish, former Information Technology Director at Abstergo Entertainment, I have been asked to provide a short reminiscence of our working relationship with the hope that it may shed some light on his bizarre actions immediately preceding his death in November 2013. I should begin by saying that I did not know John well. His time at Abstergo Entertainment was brief, 7 months, 3 days to be precise, and at that time our friendship was almost exclusively professional. We attended the same directors' meetings and often found ourselves on the same side of long-standing discussions about this or that project. The subject of these conversations was always work-related, professional, appropriate, nothing out of the ordinary. On 2 occasions only did I see him in what would be called social circumstances. The first was in June 2013 on the evening of Abstergo Entertainment's yearly assembly, held that year in a riverside park in the heart of Montreal's Old Port. I remember it was a lovely evening and very hot, so the lines for the bar were quite long. At some point I too was waiting in a queue for another glass of white wine for myself and a beer for a friend when I realized John was standing just behind me. He said hello and we discussed the various bits of news Olivier had just announced at the assembly meeting. Then our talk turned to more personal subjects. I remember he said he was from the United States, born in a small town in Maryland, the name of which escapes me. I asked about the peculiarity of his accent and he thought it had something to do with the amount of traveling he did with his family. He hinted at a rather lonely childhood with few stable friendships, though he laughed this off as though it never and longer bothered him. Our conversation then drifted to generalities about our current projects. I was in those summer weeks still in pre-production for the Sample 17 project and told him things were proceeding well. He then asked me if Abstergo Entertainment had access to any of the old Animus 1.28 models. I told him I didn't think we did, as these models were not Helix compatible and were therefore of no use to us at Abstergo Entertainment. He said that was too bad, and then when I asked him why, he said something to the effect of, I would love a quick trip through my own messy past. This didn't strike me as odd at the time. At one point or another, most of our employees expressed a desire to peek into their own genetic memories. But I had to disabuse him of any ideas that this was a possibility. Abstergo has a very strict screening process, I told him. We take donations of gene material, yes, but the actual life sequencing process is done by trained professionals only. The Animus is a tool, not a toy. After listening to my explanation, he said again that it was too bad. When I suggested he donate his genetic material to the company anyway, he said nothing and wandered away from the queue. I noticed he hadn't taken any food or drink at all. The second occasion was not so much a meeting as it was a sighting. It was on a Saturday in Montreal, at some point in the late summer. I was walking down the park towards Sherbrooke when I decided to stop by my favorite cafe for a drink. While waiting for my coffee, I happened to notice John was there too, sitting by himself in a far corner of the establishment, hunched over a small laptop and staring at the screen intently. His face was very flushed as streams of tears ran down his face. He looked distraught, as if a close relation had died and he had just heard the news. As I waited, watching him intermittently, I realized that he was talking to someone, most likely via video or voice chat. This wasn't so unusual, of course, yet the manner of his speech was very odd. His conversation, from the little I could make out, seemed to be filled with joy and happiness, even as his expression was one of a man being tortured to the limits of endurance. Deciding against a quick hello, I grabbed my coffee when it came and moved to the exit. Unfortunately, I could not resist a final peek at my colleague. I wish I hadn't paused. Turning again to the back of the room, I found John staring directly at me. All emotion had drained from his red, raw face. His expression was blank, yet his eyes were fixed on me, boring like 2 screws through my skull. I exited the cafe as quickly as I could. When I saw him at work the following week, he greeted me in the same laconic fashion. I said nothing about seeing him at the cafe, and neither did he. We spoke only a handful of times after that, the last time being outside the Helix server room in AE's lower bunker area. We argued about the employees we had recently detained on suspicion of espionage. I didn't see him again, and he was dead soon after. Apart from these details, I have only generalities to offer. He was an odd man, but no stranger than most of the more technically minded employees here. He was known to mumble to himself quite frequently, though I never witnessed this behavior myself. He was somewhat arrogant and haughty, but this again was not so unusual for his line of work, especially for a man whose intelligence and talent were not in question. He was undoubtedly skilled and had a technical aptitude that surprised even some of our most senior technicians. If you have any further questions, don't hesitate to contact me, Melanie LeMay, CCO, Abstergo Entertainment. And yeah, this is basically her report about witnessing John Standish, who was the modern day sage in Black Flag. The guy who at the very end even injected us with something and wanted us to kind of like be possessed by Juno. Because Juno is waiting for rebirth essentially and is lying in wait, and his plan was to reunite with Juno by giving her a body to possess. So yeah, and now Abstergo actually has his DNA, and they want to use it to access the memories of Aita, Sage, and Isu that you know, he was based on. And part of the modern day motivation here for us is kind of like that we want to make sure that Abstergo doesn't get to that point, you know. Which is why at the end of Unity, we also have to make sure that they won't find Jermaine's body. Even at the end of Black Flag, you know, when you kill a sage in the parts of the, you know, the whole Black Flag storyline, like the historic storyline, Sage is basically asking Edward to get rid of a body and make sure that the Templars can't get it. Because if they had the blood of a sage still, you know, they could maybe use even the observatory to find a new sage. Because there might be the same DNA shared between them, you know. But yeah, now they can observe it through their enemies instead. Hey Verrot, welcome in. How goes Assassin's Creed Citizen today? Well, it's going pretty good. We had actually the most citizens ever, I think, from any stream we had so far with Unity. We're now at like 40 something, I think. Let me have a quick look here actually. Yeah, we're now at 42 citizens total. We're at like probably 20 today or something. And like lots of them back to back at the start of the stream actually. It was quite funny. Yeah, with the stealth challenge it's definitely been fun. But yeah, I've been detected so many times already. I feel like we're gonna end up with like 60 detections or something. We're now 22 total. With sequence 6 finished, so about halfway through the main story. But still got about 2/3 of the side stuff left. So yeah, I probably get that count quite high. I just had like many moments, you know, where it's like a millisecond kind of like time window to do something and you get detected. But yeah, still having lots of fun with the challenge though. But I do feel Unity is definitely gonna be the one with the highest count so far. Nice, lots of citizens. 40 naughty, same difference. Yeah, it's pretty much the same, isn't it? It's quite a bit, however, considering you're also doing it for para stories and not solely main story, it's understandable to have many other potential moments for detection. Definitely, yeah. And most of them definitely have been getting through the side missions rather than main story. That's for sure. But yeah, as long as I'm having fun, you know, it's the most important part here. But yeah, Unity is definitely tricky for many reasons. There's just so many missions that are really like set up in a way where you have to infiltrate a place. And where you have to kind of like deal with lots of guards and like tight spaces. But also like the randomness that comes from like guards being all of a sudden nearby and like walking the streets. Definitely lots of things you have to consider with Unity of what can happen. But yeah, how about you, Rod? How was the rest of your stealth challenge today with Valhalla? Did you get the story arc with Sigurd and Basim done? Okay, I'm not gonna do the other rift immediately yet, but probably next time to collect the other 2 assassin intel we still have left here for the Belle Époque.
Bienvenue à vous, mon ami.
J'imagine que c'est dangereux.
Ah ouais.
Toi!
J'ai bien conscience, crois-moi. J'aimerais bien trouver une solution.
Ottoman, great thanks. You got 2 story arcs done and the final arc ready to Sigurd's capture Seville to do. So we'll do that next, but you want to go off and get the flashback audio for the Cairn Stones done before jumping into that? You think it's a good point to do it since Ava would be remembering things from his past growing up with Sigurd? That's a very good point actually. It's a nice idea to structure it that way, you know, to kind of like make Eivor remember all of the things and really important memories between him and his parents and Sigurd. But yeah, that's awesome that you got 2 story arcs done as well. Definitely seem like you're on a good pace there to finish the game soon. Particularly glad you got 2 done, because that first one took 5 hours. Would have been less without the challenge on top though. Yeah, definitely. That quest really didn't help, you know, we had to like so many different locations throughout the region that you had to take care of. But yeah, there's just some missions sometimes that really aren't designed around the idea of, you know, doing stealth, I guess. The screen looks really good actually. Yeah, I was actually surprised, you know, because I'm not a big fan of like the monocolor sometimes, except for the classic blue that you start out with. Like not a big fan of a red or yellow, because it looks like a bit too saturated for me. And while the screen is also quite saturated, I feel like it fits a bit better with some of the NPCs at least. So that's the Deep Forest one. But it does look quite nice, for sure. Belle just submitted some vacation leave at work for the summer. We booked every Friday off between now and October 3rd, October. 3-day weekends or summer. That's awesome. That's definitely a smart way to go about it, for sure. Basically give yourself like a 4-day work week. Yeah, that red is a bit too much for me. But fair play for anyone who wants to use it. But it's like, why stealth it when you can just run in and kill everyone? Exactly. And I mean, that's like the whole spirit of Valhalla, right? It's like, Odin is with us. Let's charge in. Everyone attack. You think one of your favorites is a tight-fitting leather gear. You think you might be called the Sun Salute vest or something. Good for stealth. Yeah, the Sun Salute set is definitely the best stealth set out there. Insane area detection time. Like minus 130%. Then the disguise radius and duration is insane. Essentially doubling the time. And time to blend and blend fade time, you know. Like all of these stats are just perfect for stealth essentially. I would love to get this as soon as possible for sure. Look-wise and stat-wise, I think this is my favorite one. Legendary Phantom Coat. Combining like really good stealth stats with like a longer coat. Because sometimes with the Sunsalot one, I'm kind of like missing the classic assassin cloak, I guess, you know. So Phantom Coat is kind of like a nice cloak, combining it with stealth stats. But the Sunsalot one is definitely the best one for stealth for sure. Yeah, the McFarlane outfit is also great. I've actually used that earlier today. McFarlane also helped apparently work on the initial concept arts for Black Flag even. So it was cool that he also ended up working on Unity, at least for one design, to kind of like present his version of the Master Assassin. Yeah guys, let's go ahead and have a look here at the progress tracker to see how far we've come today. So we're currently at 36% total sync, with sequence 1 to 600%ed. Next time we're gonna be focusing on sequence 7. I wanna do at least one sequence per stream, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna keep on going with focusing much more on side stuff in next stream too. So we can kind of like catch up a little bit, right? Because co-op missions, we're only at 27% total. So we can still do lots of them. Still have a decent bit of heist left. We've only done one of them today. And yeah, obviously like lots of parastory, murder mysteries. We've done actually really good progress with Enigmas at least. And the Café Theatre. But yeah, I reckon we're gonna still need lots of streams to get this game done. because a stealth challenge really does add quite a bit of time on top of everything. But yeah, this is gonna be the web color today for AC Unity. I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me for yet another stream of this. The next one with Unity is gonna be on Wednesday for another longer session. And tomorrow we have some time to start a new game, which is gonna be a surprise. Because, yeah, I don't want to reveal yet what it's gonna be. But, yeah, it's gonna be a new one. Cheers, Afro. Thanks again for joining earlier for some co-op and Heist too. Thanks, Rod. Thank you also for being here. I hope you have a good rest later. And thanks, I definitely will. Yeah, gonna spend some time with the doggo and gonna get a kebab later with Levi. Been a while since we had one and we just absolutely love it. Especially since we're kind of like at the source of really good kebabs in like close to Berlin. It's like the mecca of kebabs. At least in Germany. Nefarious, Eline, thank you also for being here. Glad you enjoyed it. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, kebab is life. Yeah, catch you next time. I'm the best, but thank you also for being here. And everyone else who's still in chat, and if you've been lurking, thank you all for watching the stream. Even if you haven't written anything. And yeah, I would say let's have a look to see who's online. And who we can raid today. I think Lucinda should be on, right? Finishing AC1 today or something? I think she's trying to finish off AC1 today and then starting AC2. Yeah, she's already on. Bye, Harbinger. Catch you next time.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Ancient writing. And I can't wait until I get to play as Bark again. I'm actually quite excited for doing a stealth challenge with Origins because I'm not sure if I've ever actually done it, to be honest, with Origins. Because the last time that I've done a stealth challenge, I think Origins wasn't even released yet, maybe? Or was it? I'm not sure. At least with like, the entire series. Like back to back. Rochi sure is she's about to meet Robert. Bardic of Seaweed. Bardic, it's so funny with that guy from the Hippodrome. Can't get his name right ever, and he's just like tired of correcting him. But yeah, before we go ahead and raid Artful, I want to give some shoutouts to Rod, who's another massive fan of Assassin's Creed. Currently you can catch him play some AC Valhalla, also doing a stealth challenge with the game. He's also planning on playing through Black Flag after Valhalla, kind of like celebrating 10 years of its release. And he's also a big fan of games like Tomb Raider, Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto, Prince of Persia, Deus Ex, Splinter Cell, and many more games. So if you enjoy those too, definitely go ahead and check out Rod's channel. Also check out Mauler. Mauler's currently taking a break from streaming, but he was also doing some Assassin's Creed before that. And yeah, he's just a great dude. Super friendly and welcoming. And yeah, if you want to catch a potential future stream, then definitely go ahead and check out his channel too. Just want to give a shout out to Playing Catch Up, another great streamer. He's recently been playing through Watch Dogs 2 for the first time ever. He also has a great community and does things like movie nights together on weekends, and does like lots of viewer picks too. So like playing lots of games that are usually picked by the people who watch him. And he also has a podcast where he actually talks about, that's kind of like where his name is coming from, I guess, you know, that he's like playing catch up with games off his backlog. And he's been talking about those on a podcast too, so there's like another link in the shoutout, which you can check out to follow him there as well. And last but not least, I also want to give a shout out to our boy Demise. Demise has been having some internet issues, unfortunately, recently with Twitch, which didn't allow him to stream, but is working on fixing them, so hopefully at some point that's possible again. And in that case, definitely go ahead and leave a follow there too, if you like. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed games too, and is playing them on a regular basis among other Ubisoft titles. He's also been doing chill streams on weekends, playing games like GeoGuessr and Forza Horizon and the likes. So if you want to check that out too, definitely consider doing that. But yeah, for now though, we're gonna go ahead and raid over to Lucinda to see how she's going with AC1. I guess she's about to finish the game if she's about to meet Robert and King Richard, I guess too. And yeah, if you follow us with the raids, there's some raid emotes that Rod posted in chat, so feel free to copy and paste them. And yeah, that's no worries whatsoever, Rod. Well, then happy to give you a shout out. And hope your next day with Valhalla is going well. Again, with the stealth too. And that you won't be dealing with too many bullshit detections. One can hope, right? But yeah, until next time, I catch you over at Lucinda's. And yeah, have a good one.